Good morning and welcome back to County Kilkenny on the sunny southeast of the Republic of Ireland. It is the Tillotson T4 Euro Cup Sunday, a very important day where the winners of the round 2 of this championship will be decided. What a fabulous day we had here yesterday with some unbelievable racing drama across all classes. We are just finishing our first session of the day, which is T4 Bambino practice. This will set the grid for the Bambino race and it's coming up later today, and we'll have superheat action coming up very shortly. My name's Evan Dalton. I'll be taking you through the action here today from Kiltorcan Raceway. You are watching Alpha Live. We've got a lot on our plate here today, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to be an excellent day of racing. We've not just got superheats, we've not just got our finals, we have a brand new demo of our T4 drift card coming up this afternoon, as well as a driver's parade where you'll get a closer look at the on-track stars from this weekend. But T4 Bambino practice has just received the checkered flag. This will set the grid for the Bambino race coming up later on this afternoon, and it will be Dara Fitzgibbon who will start on the pole for that one, with Emerson Hannon, Hugo Battersby, Georgie Greer, Ollie Keneally and Elijah Hartensberg. But qualifying doesn't really matter for Bambino racing. Overtaking is very much present in that championship, and we will be getting a lot of it come this afternoon. But to run you through our schedule for this morning anyways, we will be starting our super heats with the T4 Masters class. If you were watching yesterday, we're effectively running in reverse order. T4 Junior coming up after that, followed by T4 Mini, and then our T4 Senior class, featuring all our European and international stars. That is bound to be a very entertaining one. But We're getting a look at them on the dummy grid now. What an entertaining class T4 Master was yesterday. We had two different winners. And one was Valerio Prandi, the Italian, who won the Euro Cup round number 1 in Italy. And Adrian Ortiz, who will start on the pole position. The Spaniard managed to take a win in heat number 2 when Prandi made an error that resulted in a spin. The Spaniard racing for CD Karting Cerveti Racing can defend like a warrior. You will find it very difficult to get past Adrian Somoza Ortiz, and that, I imagine, is his plan for the remainder of the Euro Cup weekend. The heats yesterday were great, they were fantastic, but this is where it matters most. Your super heat is an accumulation of all the results that you received yesterday. That decides your starting position, and then your result in the super heat will decide your starting position for the final. This is incredibly important for T4 Master, where it is very difficult to overtake out on the circuit. Your starting position really, really crucial. If you can get on that front row, you have a very good chance of winning the Euro Cup come on later this afternoon. But there is our Bambino karts heading in to the pit lane here at Kiltorcan Raceway, a circuit that stretches just over a kilometre, 1,052 metres to be precise. It has roughly around 13 corners, although it's your own interpretation of how you judge triple apexed curves. Very minimal elevation change, and there's a little raised hairpin, but other than that, it remains fairly flat. The T4 Nations Cup, a whopping prize pool of €60,000. The podiums here this weekend will guarantee their place in the Nations Cup in Valencia from the end of September and the start of October. And then the championship winners across the classes will earn themselves a brand new Tillotson racing package. And that is worth its weight in gold these days. Tillotson racing, extremely popular here in Ireland and across the world, such to the success of the Euro Cup and the Nations Cup. This event organised by the Munster Kart Club, and of course a big thanks goes to the Munster Kart Club for all the hard work and preparation that has gone into this event. COC for today, Jim Murphy, has a lot of responsibility on his hands, as does his assistant Gary Manning, but I imagine it will be run very smoothly by those who are at the top of their game. So, drivers coming out of the pits now, and we will have our first grid run-through of the day for the T4 Master Superheat. Adrian Somoza Ortiz starts on the front row with Valerio Prandi alongside him. It's Irishman Luke Kavanagh who starts in third alongside Marco Padrana, who got one podium position yesterday. Colin Munnelly starts from fifth alongside Hot Rod champion Scott Garvey in sixth. Luke Hoonstra had a non-finish, so he starts in seventh alongside Peter McBride in eighth position. Ninth spot then goes to Antonio Yule, who had a problem at the start of one of the heats yesterday where he didn't make it to the start. Aaron Doyle starts from 10th, with Roberto Zaltieri in 11th. He had his fair share of troubles, including hitting that wall right on the right hand side of your picture. And oh, Luke Kavanagh has almost hit the wall. That was proper drifting style, getting close to the barrier. Ruining your superheat on the warm-up lap is not something that is in the manifesto of these T4 Masters racers, but Adrian Ortiz leads them through their second warm-up lap. What a competition it could be between himself and his fellow Italian. The Spaniards will be looking to wrap this one up fairly quickly for the World Cup final, and there is problems for one of the drivers out there, and that's Luke Hoonstra, who has come to a stop on the exit of turn number 1, and he's trying to restart the kart. He is screaming at it, which makes me think it's not good news, and he's being pulled off the circuit here. So Luke Hoonstra is not going to start this superheat, and that is a disaster for the Dutchman. It's been really bad luck all weekend for the man from Arnhem. Number 546 will not take to the start here. He's got to get out of that location. It's in a fairly dangerous spot on the exit of turn number 1. What a disaster for the man on the fourth row. Nevertheless, they will continue on. A round to go, 2 by 2 in towards the tram lines. Very important race start for Adrian Ortiz. He would like to get a gap over Valerio Prandi, but that is a lot easier said than done. They're in towards the tram lines now, down towards the start-finish straight, and we go racing for the first race of the day, and Adrian Ortiz has got a little hit behind from Luke Kavanagh, and Luke Kavanagh is on the inside now of Valerio Prandi. Something has flown off one of the carts, it's hit one of the drivers in the head, but they've all continued on. It is Adrian Ortiz who leads, Luke Kavanagh in second, Valerio Prandi then is in third, and Colin Munnelly, the experienced Irishman, is in fourth and looking to fight here at a circuit that he knows better than anyone in this field. But the Spaniard is in the race lead, and the defensive tactics being deployed immediately. It is an 8-minute plus 1 lap heat here for the super heat or the T4 Masters. That is a long time to defend a man who is as quick as the Italian stallion, Valerio Prandi. But first lap completed. Not sure who that piece of kart flew off, but it certainly seemed to hit, I think it was Peter McBride in the head, but all A-OK, and Luke Kavanagh was on the bumper of Adrian Ortiz very early on here. Ortiz, Kavanagh, Prandi, Munnelly, Garvey, Yule, Doyle, Zaltieri, McBride and Pedrana is the running order. So Marco Pedrana dropping down as Valerio Prandi gives Luke Kavanagh a little bit of a nudge, and Luke Kavanagh now has got a bit of space here and not quite able to get around the outside. He didn't want to commit to the outside. If you commit to the outside there, the third place man is very likely to sneak up the inside and actually take the position off you. We saw it a few times yesterday. So Luke Kavanagh, clearly watching us here at Alpha Live and saw that in the other heats, was able to use that tactics to not lose second position on this occasion. But this is a good lap from Adrian Ortiz. It was very rare yesterday that he actually pulled the gap, but he's starting to do so now. Colin Munnelly and Scott Garvey starting to fight. Oh, that's Antonio Ewell actually, and Scott Garvey. Colin Munnelly is in a comfortable fourth for the time being as the second lap has been completed, and it is the fastest lap for Adrian Ortiz. As Valerio Prandi right on the tail of Luke Kavanagh in front. Winner in the Euro Cup round 1, and he goes down the inside now of Luke Kavanagh, and Valerio Prandi is ahead, and that is about as cutthroat as you will get here at Kiltorcan Raceway. Didn't even give Luke a look in on the switchback, and Valerio Prandi is into second place ahead of Adrian Ortiz, and Ortiz now has a little bit of a gap, probably the biggest gap that he has had across the weekend here in T4 Masters. But Prandi is on the charge. He's looking to pounce and take the race lead. Colin Munnelly still in this fight, although he's dropped behind Antonio Ewell now. It's Scott Garvey, who's the fourth place man, looking to push and try get ahead of Luke Kavanagh. Scott Garvey's just been increasing in pace all weekend, and the man from County Kilkenny will be looking to try and get in front. Here comes Valerio Prandi, trying to move down the inside, and oh, he's run very, very deep as Valerio Prandi, and that falls him back to fourth. And is there a bit of damage on that kart? No, he's back up to speed now, but that's a disastrous move from Valerio Prandi. Just got way too late on the brakes into the hairpin, ran very wide indeed, hitting the outside curb on the outside. Don't think that's been touched in many years, but Valerio Prandi has found a way. He falls to fourth now. This makes this a very entertaining super heat because Brandy's the one with the pace. He's the fastest lap in this, but he's now down to fourth position. And he's got to try and tackle Scott Garvey, man who he's not fought with this weekend. Now Adrian Ortiz under pressure from Luke Kavanagh once again. Luke Kavanagh hasn't quite been able to fight with Valerio Prandi, but certainly is on the pace of Adrian Ortiz, and Antonio Ewell sets the fastest lap of the race, and Luke Kavanagh is looking for the switchback, and Adrian Ortiz once again running that defensive line. This is what he's so good at. It's a brick wall they're all racing against when you're behind Adrian Ortiz. If you were to compare Adrian Ortiz to a Spanish sporting superstar, you probably wouldn't go for Alonso or Alex Palou. You'd likely go for Iker Casillas because he's just stopping every overtaking manoeuvre from Luke Kavanagh. Kavanagh cannot find a way past. This is the second day of frustration for Kavanagh in terms of trying to get past Adrian Ortiz. But here comes Valerio Prandi. He's now on the tail of Scott Garvey, the Irishman, the local lad of this class, in number 533 kart. There's your front two, there's your second two, and we have a front six for the first time. Vallejo Prandy down the inside, gets the job done on Scott Garvey. That was a fairly simple one. Colin Munnelly now is trying to get past Scott Garvey as well, but not able to do so, and Antonio Yule is in this fight as well, and he currently has the fastest lap in this race, so the two Spaniards excelling on Sunday here at Kiltorcan. 2 minutes 55 seconds plus 1 lap remaining in this superheat of the T4 Masters to set the grid for the final. And if Vallejo Prandy was down the order, and third is down the order for Prandy standards, it would make a very entertaining contest after the lunch break. But onto the main straight once again. And Vallejo Prandy is on the pounce here, and he's looking to get past Luke Kavanagh on that inside line, and it will be last of the late breakers in towards T number 1, and Kavanagh tries to send it on the curb on the outside, and honest contact, and Luke Kavanagh spins round, hopped over the sausage curbs on the outside, and it is a terrible moment in the superheat for Luke Kavanagh. He's fallen down the back of the order, and that is a total disaster for later on today. Stewards may look at it, but it looked like just racing to me. Vallejo Prandy pushed Kavanagh all the way on the outside. Kavanagh kept the foot in it. He wasn't going to lift, and that has been the cause of his demise. He's down the back. The Italian Vallejo Prandy is up to second position and now chasing after Adrian Ortiz, but Ortiz with 1:50 left in this one has a very nice gap at the front of this race, and he's lapping quicker than he did yesterday. Prandy, we know, is not error-free as well. We found that out in Heat 2 yesterday. We found it out this morning as well when he went for the move down the inside of Adrian Ortiz. That's Colin Munnelly you're looking at, battling with Antonio Yule, the Spanish man. A man who has competed in many a 24-hour race in his day, racing with the Orr Racing team. Antonio Yule has spent an up and down weekend, look-wise, momentum-wise for Antonio, but it all seems to be going right when it needs to go right, and that is here in the superheats. So Vallejo Prandy closing the gap slowly on Adrian Ortiz, but does he have enough left? Front row start is not a disaster for the final. He can definitely work there. There's Colin Munnelly telling Antonio Yule to get the hurry on, as Vallejo Prandy sets the fastest lap of the race. Munnelly down the inside, runs very wide on the exit of the corner, but he's got the move done nonetheless, and it's now fourth position for the reigning Irish T4 Senior 168, or T4 Masters champion. Andy right on the tail now of Antonio Yule. Adrian Ortiz, apologies. Antonio Yule. That would have been a good lap from him if he managed to go from fifth to first in a handful of corners, but it is Adrian Ortiz in the race lead, of course, his fellow Spaniard. And Adrian Ortiz now has got to look over his shoulder. It's going to be a last lap battle here for the T4 Masters Superheat. Who will start in the pole position? Vallejo Prandy is literally pushing Adrian Ortiz down the main straight here at Kiltorcan Raceway. In for the first corner, where it all went wrong for Luke Kavanagh, where it all went wrong for Luke Hoekstra before the race even started. Can it all go right for Vallejo Prandy as Adrian Ortiz defends? He'll be running it white line to white line on this last lap, and the Italian is on the outside for the triple left-hander. You're not going to find a way through there. The corner just doesn't allow you to with the flow of it. This one rather the same. It's the hairpins Vallejo Prandy will need to try and lunge it. But look at this defensive driving from Adrian Ortiz. It's a masterclass in how to keep a kart racer behind. But Vallejo Prandy is not afraid of a lunge up the inside, and Adrian Ortiz defends once again, and he'll take the nice slow inside line, slows it right down at the apex, bam, on the loud pedal, out of the corner. What a defensive drive from Adrian Ortiz. Vallejo Prandy will fancy his chances on the run to the line, but the Spaniard seems to have enough in a straight line, and he does, and Adrian Ortiz will start. Oh, the timing screen saying it was Vallejo Prandy. It looked like it was Adrian Ortiz. It could be a transponder issue. We're going to have to say it was Prandy, but it did look like Ortiz was in front as they crossed the line. We do have a photo finish review available to us here at Kiltorcan. Paul Grogan and Timing.ie looking at after that one, but it's gone under the name of Vallejo Prandy. It certainly looked like the Spaniard had enough in the straight line, but the Italian will be delighted with that up and down race. It certainly wasn't a simple one, but it's gone in under his name. So Balbeo Prandi will take the win by 0.06, but just having another look at it, it definitely looked like Ortiz was in front of the line. But all will be decided and sorted before the final. Nonetheless, tension's high in the T4 Masters, so he should have a great race. Scott Garvey comes home in third. Best result of the weekend so far for Garvey. Colin Munnelly able to take fourth off Antonio Yule. Peter McBride in sixth. Disaster for Luke Kavanagh down in seventh. He will be driving like a man possessed come the Masters final, so if there's one man to look at come later on this afternoon, it is Luke Kavanagh. Aaron Doyle in 8th, ahead of Roberto Saltieri in 9th. We unfortunately lost Marco Pedrana in the middle of all that fight. And we lost Luke Hunstra at the start of that one. It is T4 Junior coming up next. T4 Junior yesterday was chaos, to say the least, but it's T4 Junior racing. So what really do you expect? I remind you of any regular viewers of Tillotson T4 Junior racing of the Nations Cup final last year, where I only saw it last night again. There was 15 carts off of the first corner, maybe. I hope that doesn't happen here, as we only have 20 of them. We still would like a race, but we'll have a little bit of cart collection before Senan McLaughlin takes to the grid as the pole sitter in T4 Junior. There is our Kiltorcan recovery truck. That's Marco Pedrana's cart, so must have been a mechanical issue for Pedrana. It was very late on in the race. And yeah, Luke Hunstra having that trouble with the engine as well. So hopefully they both get sorted and we can have a full field of T4 Masters come later on this afternoon. Getting a look at the dummy grid. All the nervous parents of our T4 Junior racers. It's another warm day here in Kiltorcan. It's not as warm as it was yesterday yet, but I imagine that will change. Once again, if you weren't with us yesterday, to clarify to our international viewers, 20 degrees is considered a warm day in the Republic of Ireland. We know that in Europe that is not really a warm day, because I've seen the Italian and Spanish entrants this weekend going around in long sleeve clothing, while us Irish are absolutely baking in the paddock in Kiltorcan. But a nice 30 degrees track temperature is perfect for kart racing. We were up into the 40s yesterday. It was getting a little bit warm, but it is perfect for kart racing at this very moment in time. Beautiful sunny. There's clouds in the sky, but they're not a bother. And another little tidbit for our international viewers, in case you're not aware already, Irish people love talking about the weather. Hence why it keeps getting brought up on this broadcast. But Tillotson T4 Junior. Yesterday, dominance from Senan McLaughlin. All 3 heat wins. No one came close to beating him. Alexander Ibrahim gave it a good go, and he'll start alongside him on the front row. Ibrahim had to cut through the field a little bit, so it'll be interesting to see if Ibrahim can challenge from the front today. He'll have a little bit more time to try and make a move work on Senan McLaughlin. 8 minutes and a lap, of course, this race again. I'm very interested to see what the third place man can do, though. Ben Cosgrove, the Briton, he was really quick yesterday. A man who can cut through the field. He had to do it 3 times yesterday to try and make a move. Came from up 11 positions in the T4 Junior final. In the UK, so last little bit of track clear up before we get going for the junior final, and they're heading out on the grid now. So Senan McLaughlin, the dominant force yesterday, starts on pole position, and alongside him is Spider-Man Alexander Ibrahim in second position. Ben Cosgrove will start from third. His fellow Briton Harry Ward didn't have the same look as he did, but both definitely have the pace. Jack Keneally starts at third. Ben O'Keefe starts in 5th. Contact twice with his teammate Zach Battersby in the heats yesterday. It's the Guatemalan Fernando Wheeler who starts in 6th. Jack Fingleton, Irish O-Plate winner in 7th, ahead of Tyler the Pickle Paget in 8th position. 9th then Roman Pullen. Zach Battersby starts from 10th, looking for a little bit better luck here on Sunday. Harry Ward starts from 11th, ahead of Adrian Giel on the row beside him. Liam Borkall in 13th, ahead of the sole Spaniard in this class, Pablo Segura in 14th. Wesley Brereton in 15th. With Rory O'Donovan in 16th. Great final heat yesterday for O'Donovan, so could well make some moves work here. Max Cooling in 17th, ahead of Tiernan O'Connor in 18th position. There's Nathan Strang in 19th, and Darren McMahon in 20th position. So final warm-up laps coming to completion. Sendon McLaughlin in the luminous yellow starts on the pole position. I am a racer by trade. 2 wins in the Cadet Championship last year here in Ireland. Sporting family, the McLaughlin, Shannon. Playing with the local Gaelic football teams and football as well. Looking to clean sweep the junior class here, which would be some achievement in the Euro Cup. It's a long way until the final though. Got to play your super heat right as they're coming through. Final couple of hairpins now. To get into formation. It's down towards the tram lines. Comes Senna McLaughlin with Alexander Ibrahim alongside, and it's off and away into the first corner, and it's a good start from Senna McLaughlin. Ibrahim is looking to try and make a move, and he hops over the curbs in similar fashion to Luke Calvin, but able to survive and landing quite effectively, Ibrahim, to still get the run. Then Cosgrove in 3rd, looking to try and make a move work. They're too wide, he's too wide with Jack Keneally, the PBR man, as their single file once again. That would have been a scary moment for Ibrahim, but we saw him have a couple of near misses yesterday, and he just put the head down, got straight back at it. So Senna McLaughlin still in the race lead. Ibrahim in 2nd as they round through to complete the first lap. One has fallen a little bit adrift, but otherwise they have mostly remained in front. So move from Ben Cosgrove, trying it down the inside on Alexander Ibrahim, not able to make the move. It was a bad lap from Ben O'Keefe, who's fallen down to 8th position in this one. He currently trails Tyler Paget, so the lead American now in this, working his way up to 7th. It's been slow but very successful progress for Tyler Paget across the weekend. It's just been getting quicker and quicker. And Ben O'Keefe now starting to fight with him, but Senna McLaughlin very clear at front. Ben Cosgrove trying to get past Alexander Ibrahim now. He's right on the bumper of the Dutchman and little look up the inside, but Ibrahim able to defend. Jack Keneally just sitting and waiting to see if he can capitalise on the move. His teammate is the one behind now, Jack Fingleton, both in the bright blue of PBR. They'll be trying to work together to into the podium places, but good last lap for Max Cooling as well. He's got ahead of Darren McMahon and is trying to work his way into the top 15. Better result here in the super heat. There's plenty of time to go. Fingleton getting past Fernando Wheeler. Wheeler ran very strong yesterday. A little bit of contact almost between Roman Pullen and Tyler Paget. Ben O'Keefe is in front of them both now. Bobbled their way off of the curbs. Still remaining straight line. Still Senna McLaughlin leading, but this is fellow Irishman Jack Fingleton who set the fastest lap on the last lap. Rather calm here for the T4 juniors. The message has been received. Make sure you get a good finish in this race. And then it's hell for leather come the final. But Senna McLaughlin, another very fast lap for him. Not quite fastest, but he leads by 0.7 of a second over Dutchman Alexander Ibrahim. And Ben Cosgrove is still trying to make his way up to second position. Ben Cosgrove leading the T4 UK Junior Championship. Won the opening round of the season. Didn't get the win in round 2, but still in championship lead is Ben Cosgrove. He's driving very well here in Southern Ireland. Liam Borkhall managing to get past Tiernan O'Connor. That is number 337, Liam Borkhall, the United States representative, who did race in the Irish Championship here last weekend and ran rather strongly. Certainly for a first-timer competing against people who have driven thousands of laps around this circuit. Got on very well indeed, did Liam Borkhall. He got a 7th place finish in the final. Just really good going. He'd like to increase his position here, currently running in 13th, but again, he was around that sort of 13th to 15th area last week in the heats, and then in the final just went on an absolute tear. It's not like there was a big incident or anything that promoted him places. It was purely by his own excellent driving. All still snaking their way single file at the front of the T4 Junior Superheat. Fastest lap on the last lap did go to Zach Battersby, Oran Henry Racing, Zach Battersby. What a mixed Saturday it was for Oran Henry Racing. Alexander Ibrahim would like to start on the front row, but hasn't really been able to challenge Senna McLaughlin in the manner that he would have liked to in this superheat. Battle on here for 4th position between Jack Keneally and Jack Fingleton. The two teammates, and Junior has been the class for teammates making contact. Oh, Fingleton almost going off there through the first corner. Behind these two is Ben O'Keefe, who is embarking on battling with Fernando Wheeler. Not his first time racing in Ireland, the Guatemalan Fernando Wheeler raced in White River Park back in 2021. The man who is the face of junior karting in Guatemala. T4 Guatemala raced at the Los Volcanes racetrack, so if anyone from Los Volcanes is tuning into us here on Alpha Live, a big welcome. And was looking at it, looks like a really cool track. He's a 50B and a 50A champion, and a 60 champion as well in Guatemalan racing is Fernando Wheeler. So a football player as well. Someone who's had a good race here is Zach Battersby, up to 7th, started 10th, gaining positions in what has really been a race that not a lot of overtaking. There's 15 seconds on the clock. It'll be very close to us getting another lap as Senna McLaughlin heads for the final corner. I think we'll just tick over before Yeah, last lap, we're literally 1 second in it for last lap board to be shown. That's one more lap for Ben Cosgrove to try and get past Alexander Ibrahim. Now he's looking for the move, and Ibrahim goes defensive, and Ben Cosgrove is forced to go for the switchback manoeuvre, and now tries to run around the outside. But Alexander Ibrahim knows if you hold the inside line for this section of track, you will be A-OK. It's the next section of track where things get sketchy. Once you get to the hairpins, lunge definitely on the cards. But Alexander Ibrahim is defending well here from Cosgrove. Cosgrove would love a front row start. He's a man, as we were saying at the top of the heat, that can overtake, so he would like a shot at Senan McLaughlin come the final. And Ibrahim hasn't really got the momentum out of the final corner, and this could be very close coming towards the line. Senan McLaughlin has the win in his back pocket. It's a 4th win of the weekend for him. Alexander Ibrahim, Spider-Man Ibrahim, is able to take 2nd position. Ben Cosgrove will come home in 4th. Checkered flag is waving. It's not registering on the timing as complete, but checkered flag is waving on the circuit. Senan McLaughlin does it again, and that was his biggest statement win, as he took it by 1 second, which is an awful lot in junior karting. Number 338, Senan McLaughlin, winner of the superheat. Alexander Ibrahim comes home in 2nd. Ben Cosgrove in 3rd. Jack Fingleton in 4th. Then Jack Keneally in 5th. Ben O'Keefe in 6th, ahead of Zach Battersby in 7th. Fernando Wheeler in 8th position, ahead of Adrian Giel in 9th. Tyler Paget in 10th, ahead of his fellow American Roman Pullen in 11th. Harry Ward in 12th, ahead of Liam Borgholm. With Wesley Brereton 14th, getting 1 spot from the race start. Tiernan O'Connor in 15th, ahead of Pablo Segura in 16th. Rory O'Donovan, unfortunately, couldn't make any inroads in that one, stays 17th. Max Cooling in 18th. And Nathan Strang in 19th position, and Darren McMahon in 20th. So next up here at Kiltorcan Raceway is T4 Mini. It's been a 2-horse race in T4 Mini so far, Harley Brereton and Jack Harney. But a disaster for Jack Harney yesterday with a breakdown on the 2nd final lap of the 3rd heat. Has put him off the front row, but he is still in 3rd. 2nd will be taken by Dutchman Max van der Heuvel. It's Harley Brereton who will start on pole position here. Harley, number 202, racing for 4B Racing, the racing team that all the Brereton brothers represent. From Rathangan, County Kildare, and a man who's had a very successful young career in karting. He was 4th last year in Ireland Rotax Micromax. Did take a win at Nuts Corner, a track he very much likes. He won this superheat equivalent in last year's Irish Grand Prix, the biggest event that takes place on this island. He's been unlucky, very unlucky this year, but it's nothing that a Euro Cup win wouldn't solve. He does have to beat, though, the man who won this class in the 1st round in South Garda, Jack Harney, who starts from 3rd. His rival in national championships and his newfound rival in international events. Jack Harney was on the podium in the Nations Cup as well last year in Valencia. So it'll be 6 minutes plus a lap for this one, as we have a look at some of the local wildlife. An excellent job by all of our camera operators here on Alpha Live to get the good shots. Some fabulous renovation work to Kiltorcan Raceway here. The green inside of the curbs, a new addition. The red and white curbs freshly painted as well. They're all updated this week, as well as the brand new tricolour banners around the circuit. There's our T4 Junior grid going through scrutiny, making sure all is legal, all is fair, and all is fair in love and war. So we're just getting a little bit of track clean-up here by the looks of things. Bit of gravel misplaced before we get our T4 mini heat underway. Remarkably, yesterday there didn't seem to be any penalties handed out, so hopefully that trend can continue here today. T4 Senior coming up after T4 Mini, so stick around for that. And then, all going smoothly, we will have a demonstration from our brand new Tillotson T4 drift kart. It was tested here at Kiltorcan a few weeks ago by 5-time Formula Drift champion James Dean. I believe it's 5-time, but open to correction on that. Formula Drift champion James Dean. James not here today, unfortunately. He's competing in Rallycross at Mondello Park, but we'll still have a great demo nonetheless of the drift kart. And then our drivers' parade. And we may have a couple of guests in the commentary box to take us through that. A little bit more on Tillotson and the Tillotson operation. Some of the local scenery here in County Kilkenny. It is an absolute beautiful part of the Republic of Ireland. Definitely worth a visit by any of our international viewers who plan on taking a trip to the Emerald Isle. As our T4 Mini drivers rudely interrupting another geographical discussion on the Alpha Live broadcast. So here is our grid for the T4 Mini Superheat. Harley Burton on pole position alongside Max van der Heuvel, the Dutchman, in second. Jack Harney in third, with Billy Green in fourth. James Stafford Jr. in fifth. Colin McMahon in sixth. Fran Garcia Herrera in seventh. And Oisin O'Sullivan in eighth position. Stephen Doyle listed as ninth, but didn't make the heats yesterday and doesn't look to be out on track once again. So don't think Stephen's here this weekend. One driver who's been very quiet in this class is Billy Green. It's been steady and smooth from the Clare man. It just feels like he has more in his back pocket, does Billy Green. An O-Plate win this year. A couple of months ago in Ireland, the O-Plate being first round of the Tillotson season. It wasn't planned to be, but it ended up being the first round. Kart ran by his father, John Green. He took a podium here at Kiltorcan this year as well. This has been a great class for racing. If you weren't with us yesterday, Harley Burton and Jack Harney had some phenomenal fights, as did James Stafford Jr. and Max van der Heuvel. Very intrigued to see how Jack Harney makes this work from third. He started all three of yesterday's heats from first. Did have to make overtakes because Harley Burton was able to get past him on numerous occasions. But it'd be interesting to see if Jack Harney can make the overtakes stick. He starts on the inside of row 2. He has his rival Harley Burton in front of him. Harley in the dark blue helmet, Max van der Heuvel in the Dutch orange. And then Jack Harney is behind in the white as they head down towards the tram lines. The race starts in T4 Mini have been absolutely excellent. Hopefully that trend continues as they're racing down towards the start-finish line, and now it's pedal to the metal, and it's a good start by Jack Harney, who's already immediately looking to get past Max van der Heuvel. Billy Green is on the tail, and van der Heuvel is able to remain in front now. Max is in second position and chasing after Harley Bruton, but Jack Harney lunges one down the inside, and Billy Green is looking for the switchback on the pair of them. The O-plate runner is on the outside of van der Heuvel, but he's not able to make the move stick, and Harley Bruton is off and away at the front of this one, but crucially it is Jack Harney who is up to second position now, and the Dutchman down to third. So Jack Harney is right where he wants to be on this opening lap, hunting down his new rival Harley Bruton. And this class has had a real case of the Verstappen Hamiltons about it this weekend of the 2021 Formula 1 season, where it's two away at the front and all sorts of chaos. All the chaos that came with that. Billy Green chasing down van der Heuvel. James Stafford Jr. is in that fight as well, and that's a little bit wide from Max. You're able to run wide there, but it's not really ideal. We've seen drivers lose a lot of time by doing so. Billy Green still not able to get close enough to pass, but Jack Harney has the bit between his teeth here. Looking to try and get past Harley Bruton as soon as possible in the third of our super heats. One more to come, T4 Senior. Lots in between to entertain you on the day of sport, the Sunday of sport, where it's all happening. Your eyes should be fixed on the T4 Euro Cup. Billy Green's eyes are fixed on Max van der Heuvel in front, and he's lunging it down the inside now, does Billy Green. He runs a little bit wide, and van der Heuvel very much aware of the situation he finds himself in, but Billy Green is able to get in front. Now needs to go after the two in front. See, can he get close and put the pressure on Harney and Brereton. Max van der Heuvel has ran very well indeed. This class with only two guest drivers in it this weekend. Well, not guest drivers, but certainly international drivers who have not raced at this Kiltorcan Raceway before. And they've both put on a very strong showing. Fran Garcia Herrera has been in and amongst the fight of Colin McMahon and sometimes James Stafford all weekend. Jack Harney, though, closest he's been to Harley Bruton so far, and Jack Harney now has got to try a lunge down the inside of Harley Bruton, and he has got the move done. They're still side by side, and Jack Harney, this is the best he's driven all weekend, fastest lap in T4 Mini, and they're still fighting for the left-hander. Harley Bruton is going to lunge it down the inside. No, can't make it work. Jack Harney runs the outside line, very unorthodox, but makes it stick, makes it work. He's able to stay in front in the race lead here in T4 Mini. 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. The thing for these two is, no matter where they start, they probably have a chance at the win later on in the final. But there's no point making it more difficult than it has to be. That's why they're both going for the race lead. There's a psychological warfare on display. And now Harley Bruton lunging it down the inside once again. No. Not quite able to make it stick. Billy Green and Max van der Heuvel remain as they were as well. James Stafford Jr. is in that fight as well. Bumper to bumper. Cart to cart. Harney and Harley at the front in T4 Mini. Kicking off really for third here though, and Max van der Heuvel is back in front of Billy Green once again. It's a great scrap between these three. Great scrap up the front as well. Unfortunately for the other three runners in this, who are Fran Garcia Herrera, Colin McMahon and Oisin O'Sullivan, it's a rather boring affair. fighting still awesome. There's James Stafford looking on the inside of Max van der Heuvel. Oh, he's on the back of him! And he's getting a lift. That is a disaster for both of them. And James Stafford Jr. and carpooling off the back of Max van der Heuvel. Went for the move on the inside, went for a similar move yesterday, and it was almost the same result, but they'll both drop down the order. It's an absolute blessing for Herrera and for Colin McMahon, who have been gifted 2 positions. James Stafford Jr. still not got going. Van der Heuvel is away, but down the order. Billy Green will have a smile from ear to ear at this very moment in time, because he was under a lot of pressure, and now it'll be a simple drive to third for Billy Green, meaning the only fight remaining on circuit in the final 2 laps of this race is this one, the important one. The fight for the win between Jack Harney and Harley Burton. And Harley Burton tries to move down the inside on Harney, and Harney goes for the switchback, sells Harley Burton the dream with a nightmare attached, and he's back up in front. But they're side by side down the main straight. Burton has a nice nippy power unit, and he's trying to go for it round the outside through turn number 1. It is his move, Harley Burton. Loves to move around the outside through turn number 1 at Kiltorcan, but not able to pull it off on this occasion. Last lap here in County Kilkenny. Harney goes defensive. Harley very late on the brakes, using the curb even to help slow down his T4 mini car. Tucks behind Jack Harney. It'll be another hairpin move for Harley Burton. Ducks, weaves round through the first sector here in Kiltorcan, and down the inside goes Harley Burton. You don't often see one pulled off there. It's an absolute beauty of a move from the County Kildare man, Harley Burton, and Jack Harney just wasn't able to get the momentum. If it was motorcycle racing, you would say Harney was forced to stand up the bike. Harley Burton, what a move to see the win here as he comes through the final corner. Checkered flag waiting to drop, and Harley is delighted with that one. And the mental advantage going into the final now belongs with 4B Racing's Harley Burton. A beauty of a move. Absolutely caught Jack Harney napping. Harney probably had the same expectations that I did of Harley was going to lunge it into the hairpins, but he didn't. He went earlier, and he caught the round 1 winner in this championship napping, and Harley Burton able to take the win. A dramatic occasion in T4 Mini once again, and it is Harley Burton who is your classified winner, with Jack Harney in 2nd position, Billy Green in 3rd, and Fran Garcia Herrera in 4th. Was able to get past Colin McMahon. Colin McMahon then in 5th, ahead of Max van der Heuvel in 6th. Oshino Sullivan in 7th, ahead of James Stafford Jr. in 8th position after contact between van der Heuvel and Stafford Jr. with a handful of minutes to go. It was a weird one. He didn't hop back off the cart. Stayed stuck to Max van der Heuvel. Would be a great advertisement for Britstick. But unfortunately, this is go-kart racing, so that's rather irrelevant. What a good race in T4 Mini. We've one more superheat coming up, and that is in T4 Senior. Look, unfortunately, we have to admit that T4 Senior is probably the main event of the day. It's the one with the most international talent, and it's the one where the Irish guys are looking to put one over them. A big thanks to all of you for tuning in here on Alpha Live for the 2nd round of the Tillotson T4 Euro Cup. Final preparations for T4 Senior. As Angus Langley seemingly leading the T4 UK junior standings, not Ben Cosgrove. Just a correction on that from earlier, but someone from T4 UK needs to publish the updated standings. So, but it's an unbelievable series, that T4 UK. So close racing in every round. T4 Senior UK highly competitive as well, as is T4 Senior Euro Cup, and they're heading to the grid now, the biggest grid of the day. 30 drivers. Stein Hansen will lead them off ahead of Noah Rosser in second position. Elan Muir is in third. The entire top three winning a heat yesterday. Jack Mackenzie Smith leading the Irish charge, starts from fourth ahead of Brian Wilson in fifth, Yermo Zanen in sixth, with Matt Wildman starting from seventh and Luke Palmer in eighth position. Ninth then belongs to Cahan McClelland, with Warren Russell starting in 10th, Joe Bechtold in 11th, and Henry Bell in 12th position. Amelie Ackett starting in 13th after consistent running yesterday, and of Mitchelstown's Dermot Toomey in 14th. Julia Milanese in 15th, with Max O'Neill 495 in the red road tax suit in 16th. Josh Allen looking to quarterback his way to the front in 17th, ahead of Robert Butler in 18th position. Robert had a cart land on him yesterday during Heat 2 after flipping over. He finished 5th an hour later in the third heat of the day. Adam Butler, his fellow namesake, starts in 19th, Tyler Burton in 20th, ahead of Elijah Mooney in 21st. Irish Series leader Jake King-Brunel in 22nd, and Samuel Harris and Bram Osawade in 24th, not where the Dutchman would have wanted to be starting. Justin Clark in 25th, and it's Ben Deasy, Isabel McDermott, Kayla O'Sullivan, Sophie Dossey, and Ben McNulty in 30th. So they're all bunching up to get ready for this race start for the Super Heat for T4 Senior. Stein Hansen, Noah Rosser on the front row. Rosser taking the heat-free win on the last lap yesterday. He beat Elan Muirs. All part of the Team Pit Parts operation. All friendliness and teammate works goes out the window now as we go racing for the superheat, and Noah Rosser is already into the race lead ahead of Stein Hansen and Jack Mackenzie Smith. The Irishman finds himself in third position. Elan Muirs has not got a good getaway, and he'll find himself in fourth. Brian Wilson's lost the position as well by the looks of things. He's down to sixth, so Yermo Zanen has found a way up and through, and they're still side by side a little bit further back. We're all safely through the opening lap and we have a full field. No, we don't! Someone into the wall at the back, and we have a crash there, able to continue. But into the wall, heading through the left-hander of turn number 6. That cart is being picked back out. It is still running. But drama already in senior, and it is 499. It's Ben McNulty who has hit the wall, but he's continuing now, so we are green flag still. Noah Rosser leads in T4 Senior at the front. Stein Hansen in second. Jack Mackenzie Smith ahead of Yermo Zanen. Then it's Elan Muirs, Brian Wilson, Matt Wildman, Luke Palmer, Cahan McClelland and Warren Russell. Great first lap for Amelie Ackett, who's up 11th, up 2 positions. The Southampton native getting a very good race start. And Jack Mackenzie Smith challenged the Dutchman in front of him. It's the real story coming into the paddock today. Will some of the Irish runners be able to compete with the international stars at the front of T4 Senior on their home circuit here? Certainly not Noah Rosser, who's gone with the wind at the front. But Stein Hansen finds himself under pressure from Mackenzie Smith now. And it's the Jack attack for second position. 6 minutes plus 1 lap to go here in this one. The top 7 all in contention, from Rosser down to Wildman. No real movers or shakers on that lap. Joe Bechtold is looking to try and make an overtake in the mid-pack. He also finds himself under pressure from Julien Milanese, who ran near the back in the earlier heats yesterday, but certainly picked up the pace. The Italian racer from Verona. And now Jack Mackenzie Smith, while we were looking at fights elsewhere, has overtaken Stein Hansen. So Mackenzie Smith is in second place now here in the superheat, and a front row start could be just what the doctor ordered for Stein Hansen. Matt Wildman looking to pressure Brian Wilson, and they've both got past Elan Muirs. So Wildman and Wilson both taking a W on that one and getting in front. But Noah Rosser comfortably in the lead of this, 0.8 of a second. Mackenzie Smith under pressure from Stein Hansen behind. And there's a move down the inside. That's on Brian Wilson. And that's the number 430 of Elan Muirs. Pole sitter yesterday. He's able to get in front. A black and orange flag being handed out for Kayla O'Sullivan. So she'll have to come into the pit lane, and that's very disappointing for Kayla. So Noah Rosser still leading the superheat here in senior, and it's Jack Mackenzie Smith and Stein Hansen fighting for second, but Jurmo Zanen is there as well, and Jurmo has had to work his way from 6th. So a couple of overtakes being made by the Team Pit Parts driver, the 2024 Dutch T4 Senior Champion, top rookie in the T4 Senior class the year previous. Ran very well All Nations Cup weekend last season in Valencia, but it was a 30th place finish in the final. And for someone who, a champion driver who's used to winning, that's not even a result you will remember. And he's now looking for the move on his teammate, Stein Hansen. He's got past Stein Hansen. Stein Hansen now finds himself in 4th, so the pole sitter is falling down the order here very quickly indeed. And Jurmo Zanen is now the lead Dutchman in this one. Which, and this is not a jab at Zanen at all, he hasn't been the lead Dutch driver on pace this weekend at all. Hansen and Muirs have been quicker, but I mean, Sunday's when it counts, and Zanen is making it count. As is Matt Wildman, who's looking to get past Elan Muirs now. He's ahead of Brian Wilson. Very experienced in Matt Wildman. Does run MW Motorsport, but he's here this weekend with Team Pit Parts. A man who started at age 8 in Honda Cadet 20 years ago. Sorry for saying that. Podiumed at the T4 Nations Cup in previous events. An entrepreneur by day, owning his own company called the Rap Cartel. I'm sure you can guess what they do. They rap cars, of course. I believe actually has the lap record in Valencia as well, but certainly have at one point at the Nations Cup venue. So far, Rosser running riot at the front. 2 minutes to go. Elan Muirs' fastest lap of the race on the last lap. That's Jurmo Zanen on the tail of Jack Mackenzie Smith. And Elan Muirs ahead of Stein Hansen now, so Hansen has fallen down another place. And Elan Muirs is trying to lead Hansen back towards their teammate and towards Jack Mackenzie Smith. Little bit of an error from Jack Mackenzie Smith. Is that going to invite Jurmo Zanen back up in front? And there's another fastest lap of the race for a Dutchman, but this time falls under the name of Zanen. Amelie Jackett's up another spot, so she's now up to 10th position, getting ahead of DMS and PBR's Warren Russell. Tillotson finally made her way down pit lane due to that black and orange mechanical flag. So an unfortunate end to the superheat there. And oh, that is number 476. That's Bram Osoarde. That's not his first collision. It doesn't look like he landed in that position. Looks like he's going for a stroll, but certainly not a position you often see a go-kart in. There's Bram there walking. A little bit gingerly, but look, he's A-okay. We have a camera shot on him, but Bram Osoarde with a disaster. And oh, even more trouble. That's Jake King Brunel, who's in the wall at the first corner. That's your Irish series leader. And Brunel, who has had a horrible time this weekend. It just gets worse, unfortunately, for the Kildare man. Was so looking forward to competing at the front, but hasn't been near it, I'm afraid. And it's another bit of misfortune for Jake King Brunel. But back in our fight up the front, Noah Rosser's gone. Jack Mackenzie Smith is gone as well. So there must have been a mistake from Yermo Zanen somewhere, because he's now under pressure from his two pit parts teammates, Ilan Muse and Stein Hansen. We're now under a full course yellow. To be fair, we have cars stopped in every corner of the circuit, so understandable. Full course yellow. Clock is up, so we could well finish under this. This is horrid news if your name is Noah Rosser, because Jack Mackenzie Smith is now right behind you. Last lap board next time round. They do wait to remove them in sort of safety car restart fashion here at Kiltorcan. And no checker flag is ready, so we will go checker. Quite funny if they just went green flag now, one corner of racing, but they won't. Oh, Michael Massey here this weekend. And it will be Noah Rosser who will take the superheat win, but that man behind him, Jack Mackenzie Smith, is going to be fired up for the final. Rosser, the slowest he's probably ever crossed the start-finish line. Jack Mackenzie Smith taking second position. We did call it a little bit early, but it would have been under full course yellow anyways, so made no difference to the final of our superheats. Great final coming up here, T4 Senior later on, but it's Noah Rosser who takes the win. Jack Mackenzie Smith in second position. Yermo Zanen in third. Ilan Mures in fourth. Stein Hansen, pole sitter, down in fifth. Brian Wilson in sixth, Matt Wildman in seventh, ahead of Luke Palmer in eighth position, Cahill McClelland in ninth, and Amelie Ackett's great race for the Briton, finishing in 10th. Warren Russell in 11th, ahead of Robert Butler in 12th, Joe Bechtold in 13th, and Max O'Neill in 14th position. Henry Bell comes home in 15th, ahead of Tyler Burden in 16th, and it's Justin Clark, Dermot Toomey. Julia Milanese, she was running a little bit higher up, so something may well have happened. Non-finishes for Jake Brunel, Bram Osoarde, and Kayla O'Sullivan. That concludes our superheat action. A little bit of a different few moments as Bram Osoarde walking in front of us here. He's absolutely A-okay, so whatever that incident was, could well have been a bad one, but Bram, thankfully, is Bram. We're just looking at him here. He's standing on assistant COC Gary Manning, and it was really annoyed at someone. Not too sure who, but was a shrug certainly at someone. So might have been contact with Bram. But we'll go for his correct medical checks, and we'll hopefully make it out for the final. It's rather disappointing, all the bad luck that Bram has had. He's a former Nations Cup champion and is such a phenomenal go-kart racer. really popular on social media as well, has 31,000 followers and a big fan base. But it's just been bad luck after bad luck for him. But that concludes our T4 Senior Super Heats, and it concludes all our Super Heats. Next up, we have our Tillotson T4 Drift Kart demonstration. I stand corrected. It is Bambinos who are out next for their qualifying / practice session. After a little bit of track clear up. So this is, in theory, a practice session, but it will set the qualifying time. Oh no, we are actually calling it qualifying now. It was supposed to be a practice session. So this will set the grid for the Bambino final. Bambino's not racing in South Garda, so this is the debut. It's all Irish runners, or all Irish Championship runners, I should say. Georgie Greer under the Northern Irish flag. Interesting morning so far here in Kiltorcan. The Super Heat's calmer than the regular Heats yesterday, but you kind of expect that. Everyone goes into the Super Heats with the, well, most, I'm not going to speak for everyone, but most go into the Super Heats with very much with the knowledge of, okay, this starts my position for the final. No one remembers who won the Super Heats. Come tomorrow morning, everyone remembers who wins the final. But it's a different format for Bambinos. They are now qualifying for the final rather than racing in a super heat. Fastest has been Dara Fitzgibbon across the practice sessions. It's a 10-minute qualifying for who it is. Bambinos actually with the most track time across the weekend. They've got 10-minute sessions where the others have been 8 plus a lap roughly, and they're all lapping in 50s bar mini, which is low 60s. So the Bambinos are the most track time. So we're looking at the field, head to green for their first push laps. Emerson Hannon leads them through. Or sorry, Ollie Keneally leads them through in number 107. Fourth in the Irish Bambino Championship last year. Took a win at Kiltorcan Raceway. Behind Keneally then is Georgie Greer. Georgie lost the Irish Championship win here last weekend for this corner on the very last lap. So unfortunate for Georgie because she drove so well all weekend. Excellent. But Dara Fitzgibbon overtaking herself and Hugo Battersby on the very last lap. Take that win for the first times across the line now. And it is Elijah Hartensberg who is the quickest of the bunch so far. 1:08.8. Fitzgibbon and Hannon and Greer yesterday at points were in the 1:06s. The track is cooler now, so it'll be certainly a different times. As Fitzgibbon and Hannon crossing the timing beam, it hasn't popped up yet. Still Elijah Hartensberg. No, yeah, Fitzgibbon and Hannon to the 14th. So it is Elijah Hartensberg, the youngest driver in the entire competition today, who is quickest so far. But unfortunately, I do think Fitzgibbon and Hannon will pip him at some point. The Bambinos take a couple of laps to get warm. Georgie Greer goes quickest with a 1:06.5, about what we expect from these Bambino racers, but Fitzgibbon and Hannon both go quicker than Greer, and Dara Fitzgibbon into the 1:04s with a 1:04.9. There's Hugo Battersby we're looking at in the Lando Norris helmet. We were talking yesterday, if you were with us here on Alpha Live briefly, about sort of the inspirations of these young Bambino racers. Emerson Hannon was named after Emerson Fittipaldi. Briefly speaking, that Elijah Hartensberg's dog is named Lando Norris. Hugo Battersby wearing the Lando Norris helmet, but I was informed by Emerson Hannon that I forgot one thing. His cat is named Imola, after, of course, the Autodromo Enzo Idino Nazionale in Imola, the full official name that absolutely no one has ever called it. Imola, as it is famously known. There was a cat at the circuit called Imola, the Imola cat. But yeah, Emerson Hannon, his cat called Imola as well. So sorry for forgetting that, Emerson. But the additional member of the Hannon family now included in the broadcast. 5 minutes to go in this Bambino qualifying. It's still Fitzgibbon who is quickest. O-plate win on his very first race weekend, Hugo Battersby. So running the O-plate, but still on the novice plates at the same time. Fitzgibbon's 1:04.9 still the quickest time of the session so far. Emerson Hannon 1:05.6 his quickest time. There is Dara Fitzgibbon, who we were looking at, number 1:08. Third in last year's Irish Bambino Championship. Just the one win, but was the highest novice with 3 podiums. A member of the Clare Motor Club, another motor club from down the south of Ireland. In the Nations Cup last year. But having a great 2020. Oh, we have contact between two. That's Hugo Battersby, who is into the side of. It's not Emerson Hannon. Is it Emerson Hannon? But Battersby making contact. No, there's Emerson Hannon. first time in Hartensburg. Emerson Hanna continues on. No quicker, unfortunately, lapping a second off his PB. 106.6. Not long left now in our qualifying session for Bambinos. These will be going racing in our first race after the lunch break. And it is Dara Fitzgibbon who is quickest of the field so far. But Bambino is a bit like Formula 1 in a sense, where sometimes it can all come down to the last lap. All our Bambino racers with future aspirations of Formula 1, various different forms of motorsport. That is Elijah Hartensburg, just a glance over the shoulder. That is an excellent Euro lean through there from Elijah Hartensburg. Being very Euro, as the cool kids would say. First-year novice Elijah, part of the Tim Murray Racing programme. Unfortunately, down the bottom of the order, but was on provisional pole at the very start. He's now starting his last lap. Through the turn 3 hairpin now, running that a little bit wide on the outside, but the Bambinos love high minimum apex speeds. Send it in. It really is an entertaining form of racing. It makes for some decent battle. Now it's a defensive weave from Hugo Battersby. It's only qualifying Hugo, but he still goes for the defensive manoeuvre on Dara Fitzgibbon. Dara won't probably go quicker this lap. Will Hugo get called to the stewards for impeding in qualifying? Definitely not, but they're ready for the final couple of corners now. So Keneally and Hartensburg across the line. They've taken the checker and no improvement there, unfortunately. Hugo Battersby defending from Dara Fitzgibbon across the line. Dara Fitzgibbon into the toe on that last lap, but it wasn't able to go quicker than 105.4. Emerson Hannon has completed as well, as has Hugo Battersby. So the session is all over. Bar Georgie Greer, who we are waiting to see if Georgie can go any quicker. Take pole position. Final corner now for Greer. Oh, Hugo stuck in the gravel in the middle of the circuit, so Hugo will need some recovery. So here comes Georgie Greer across the line. No improvement, unfortunately, for Georgie. So it will be Dara Fitzgibbon on pole position for the Bambinos later on today. Emerson Hannon in second, Hugo Battersby in third, Georgie Greer in fourth, and Ollie Keneally in fifth. Elijah Hartensburg is in sixth position. Battersby, Greer and Hartensburg, novices, and represented in the purple on our fabulous Alpha Live graphics. Oh, that's is that a tyre for Hugo Battersby? Oh no, that was, I think it was his neck restraint that he's, it was his neck brace that he's taken off. I get it, Hugo. You're very uncomfortable. He's putting it back on. think he's too sure what to do with it, to be honest. The neck race is, of course, mandatory for the Bambinos. And it seems like you can get going again here, Hugo, so won't need recovery. A lot of pressure on this Marshall now on the broadcast again. They got it done in one! I think that's the quickest we've seen a kart started this weekend. We've seen engineers absolutely hammering out of the court. While we have a bit of downtime, there's a very funny story in junior karting here in Ireland last year where it was red flagged and they were all stopped on the grid. Engines off, all out of the karts, all back in and whatever, and then it escapes me who it was. But one sat in the kart, his mechanic went over, went to start the engine, ripped the cord clean off. The kart was sat on the grid. There was all sorts of panic. There was about 6 people around trying to get it, the cord back on. They got the cord back on. They couldn't get the little ring back on. Eventually got the kart started, and he went and won the race. It was something straight out of Father Ted. So Hugo's made it back to pit lane, and now it's time for our drift kart demonstration. We have 2 drivers in our 2 Tillotson drift karts. They were testing them yesterday. Martin French in one and Thomas Kiley in the other. Both very successful in the game of drifting. They won't be using the full circuit. I believe they only used half the circuit, or certainly that's all they used yesterday. But this is the new Tillotson T4 drift kart. The latest addition to the Tillotson collection. Drifting extremely popular here in Ireland now. Drift Masters takes place every year in Ireland and gathers such a crowd in Mondello Park, the Irish circuit racing venue here in the Republic. They have to build an extra stand and all to cater for the crowds. Current Formula Drift champion James Dean was the one to test this Tillotson kart a few weeks ago here in Kiltorcan, but lots of other people did manage to drive it. But we have Martin and Thomas out in it here. They've made a couple of adjustments since the demo run, or so I've been told. They've opened up the steering a little bit, which allows for a bit of an easier drift. It was a drift kart, but it had the same karting steering on it, so if any of you have driven karts previously, you'll know it's a very positive steering. So we're just waiting on the marshals to head in for their cup of tea and a sandwich on their lunch break, and then we'll get the drift demonstration underway. The Tillotson drift kart, suitable for drivers from 12 years of age, actually. We will hopefully speak to someone from Tillotson later on the broadcast during the drivers' parade, where we can ask them more about the Tillotson drift kart and the ideas behind such a product. It is really one of its kind. I think one of the coolest things about the kart is it actually has its own drift oil developed for it. Tillotson T4 drift oil by Xramic, which is something someone like me who doesn't build karts wouldn't even think about. As I believe we're going to get going now. As we are. Just call that marshal over to start the karts. He'd get it going in one. now we're heading out on track. So Martin French and Thomas Kiley taking to the circuit. They will go for a quick tandem. Martin from New Ross, County Wexford. Been drifting for quite some time, one of the top pro drift drivers in the country. See them heading sideways now. I just can't get my head around it, to be honest. It's not what a go-kart should do, but Tillotson have made it work. It's a TPP 225 RS engine in the back of it, and that's gone wrong. It is actually an FIA approved engine, of course. Well, as is all the Tillotson products, sorry. A 2-valve 4-stroke, 225cc. To go even more in depth for the engine nerds, wet clutch. There's a quick change output gear ratio. Still on the Maxxis tyres, Maxxis tyre provider for Tillotson, so it is just regular Tillotson racing tyres that it's on. Obviously drifting will burn them out a lot more than racing. As that, we've got a nice little tandem going now through the backwards turn number 1. And it's a good view for all in the new grandstand here at Kiltorcan Raceway. Close to the apex drifting, of course, competitive drifting, all about getting close to the wall, close to the scoring zones. That's why these two running right up towards the barriers now. A lot of drift cars go without the bumper. You can see there's different bumpers on these Tillotson drift carts. On the front is the same, but on the rear it's not quite the same as the race ones. Certainly a little bit different from your IS 200s, the staple of the Irish boy racer scene. Thomas Kiley, 2022 Irish Drift Champion from Waterford. His recent outing in drift competition was at ADM Raceway in Moscow, so travelling far away from home. Racing in the RDSGP series, leading the championship now is Thomas Kiley, so a very successful season so far. 2026 OIDC Championship that Thomas Kiley in Oman, the final round was by a singular point, which was incredibly close. About as close as these two are getting. Yeah, you can see the steering a lot more open than the demonstration videos posted by Tillotson. So it'll be a little bit easier to get these things sideways. Oh yes, they're getting the hang of it now. Nice, right and close. And in through the hairpin. Oh no, we've a spin. One's gone. Right as it was going, well. Here we go again. They've got it dialed in now. One thing that obviously a real racing Tillotson doesn't have is the handbrake Tillotson drift kart has. Handbrake turns, not something necessarily needed in T4 racing. I'm sure some would find some use for it. Noah Russell would probably still win whether the handbrake turns. But yeah, an art form not adapted in the racing just yet. Very adjustable, these drift karts, if you purchase one for whatever age. Ideally with seating positions and pedal mounting options. Little donut by our two Tillotson T4 drift demos. Back into the pit lane to complete our Tillotson T4 drift kart demonstration. Thomas Kiley and Martin Fredge. With some very successful running. There'll be a lot more modifications made to that kart over the next few weeks and months, I imagine, to get it absolutely perfect, but still really cool project by Tillotson. Very creative one, like, to make the drift kart as successful as possible. Our next bit of entertainment here on Alpha Live will be the Drivers' Parade that will be coming up in the next few moments to showcase all our fantastic entrants at this edition of the T4 Euro Cup, round 2 at Kiltorcan Raceway. If you're just joining us here on Alpha Live, welcome to Kiltorcan Raceway for round 2 of the Tillotson T4 Euro Cup. We've had our super heats this morning and our T4 drift demonstration, as well as our Bambino qualifying. We're just getting ready for our drivers' parade that is set to take place at the circuit. See our drivers lining up there, all in their special edition T4 Kiltorcan t-shirts. Race suits on display as well, proudly wearing team colours. There's one member of the Wexford Motor Club clapping with delight. Oh no, he's being forced to clap by one of the PBR junior drivers. With so much international talent here this weekend, both from abroad and from Ireland, it's only fair that we show off the drivers behind, or underneath the helmet, I should say, with our drivers' parade. Something that certainly doesn't take place every weekend. There is Andrew Fallon pulling the speaker. One of the boffins at Tillotson. Product engineer and head of business development. One of the masterminds behind the T4 Euro Cup, as well as the Munster Car Club this weekend, who are the organising body for this event. And of course, we cannot thank the Munster Car Club enough for all their hard work. Looks like we're going to get a few tunes going. Hopefully nothing that gets the Alpha Live stream taken down. More stronger of a wind here today than there was yesterday, has been demonstrated by our excellent weather technology, which is that red and white rope. As now we're getting our drivers' parade ready to go here. Sorry, the point I was about to make about the wind is that could really affect the racing come this afternoon. It will affect how you drive the corners, and if the wind picks up any more, could certainly be some different lines needed to be taken. We have all the national flags of the representees here today getting prepared. Lots of photos being taken. That's Shane Burke in Media Bib 56 there. Runs a Irish karting podcast, I should say, called Kart Paddock. Paul Morgan there in the bucket hat. Chief Executive Sunbather of Irish karting. Team Pit Parts flag flying as well. As they're all getting ready in the dummy grid area. So all getting prepared. You can see the flags in flight as well. There's a drone hovering as well. You can see the drone there. So we'll have a beautiful overhead shot for social media later from Tillotson, I imagine. Six countries racing here this weekend, I believe. Ireland, Spain, United Kingdom, the United States, Italy, and of course Fernando Wheeler of Guatemala. As our parade now getting underway with the Irish drivers leading from the front. Warren Russell towards the front there in the blue, racing for PBR and DMS in the T4 senior class. A man who will pretend he's shy of a camera, but absolutely isn't. And some of our younger Irish racers also towards the front as the tune's now blaring. And the speaker of Andrew Fallon, although I suspect it's actually Tim Murray's speaker that they're using. As our Bambino racers there holding the tricolour behind. Our Bambino grid, it's a community effort in the Bambinos for sure. Now our other nations joining the Irish March. So there you can see the whole Bambino grid trying to hold the flag at the same time. The young racer in the Arsenal shirt is Emerson Hannon. Hugo Battersby there as well, as is Georgie Greer, the smallest of the field, unfortunately for Georgie, in the luminous yellow. There's a better shot of the Bambinos. The track limits violations at the first corner, a few cutting across the gravel. There's the Pit Parts team and the Netherlands flags draped across their shoulders. There's Luke Hoenstra, the tallest among the tall, in the green. Now Italy and the United States. A great representation from the United States here this weekend, particularly in the junior class. And there's Spain, there's Adrian Ortiz, as well as Antonio Yul and Pablo Segura. Noah Rosser with responsibilities of holding the Star-Spangled Banner high here. Noah, the only senior runner from the United States, but lots in the junior. Liam Borkhall, Rory O'Donovan, Tyler Paget. As the grid lines the main straight here in Kiltorcan Raceway for our T4 Euro Cup Round 2 Drivers Parade. Dutch flag responsibilities belonging to T4 mini racer Max van der Heuvel now. That's why it's a little bit lower than the rest of them. Parents and fans alike lining along the spectators' wall. Warren Russell now with receiving a medal, as is Elijah Mooney, the Tim Murray racing driver in the white suit. Warren congratulating Elijah. Here's Marco Petrana in the black race suit, talking with Valerio Prandi, as well as Roberto Zaltieri and Giulia Milanese, the Italian racers here this weekend. Marco representing Mazzotti Corsa, the only Italian driver not in the Tillotson suit. Noah Rosser and the British drivers having a competition to see who can hold the flag highest. Justin Clerk and Joe Bechtold standing representing the Netherlands. Joe, in the future, though, actually wants to represent Ireland at the Nations Cup. He races here in Ireland full time, but races across the world as well, does Joe Bechtold in T4 Senior. Raced in the T4 Asian Cup in the Philippines and T4 Italy at the start of the year as well. Mark, his father, does work for Tillotson social media. He is Emilito Robles on the spanners sometimes. Yeah, but he is under the Dutch flag, so he's in the Dutch section of the parade here. Here's another look at the Spaniards. Yeah, Sophie Dossi, another Italian driver you can see there, stood beside Valerio. Not forgetting you, Sophie. Apologies, we just didn't see you at first, at the first camera shot. So joining me now from the Drivers' Parade is Andrew Fallon of Tillotson. Andrew, what a successful weekend we've had so far. All the drivers happy out on the grid, fans alike as well. It's really been a great weekend.
Yeah, I mean the racing's been so close. It's been really, really competitive. Great to see a lot of the Irish drivers, the home locals, showing that how competitive they are with all the travelling drivers. But for sure, the travelling guys have been quick. You know, it didn't take them too long to put the marker down and get on top of the track. So it's been really great racing, and really excited for the finals to come.
Yeah, we see the Dutch receiving their medals now. Luke Hoenstra getting his put around his neck. I suppose Senior and Master has been the one where the international drivers have really starred. Now I know you have to support everyone given your job, but who do you think could take the win in the senior classes later on today?
I mean, like you say, I think the Dutch guys, Noah Rosser as well, is super experienced in senior.
The adopted Dutchman for this weekend.
Yes, yeah, for sure. Noah's going to be quick. Our winner, the Euro Cup winner in Italy, was Stein Hansen. He's fast. There's a lot of the Dutch kids are really quick, so they're going to be at the front for sure. But we have some fast Irish. Jack Mackenzie Smith, he's showing a lot of pace. Breen Wilson's been really quick as well. So, you know, finals are an open book, and it'll be interesting to see how it pans out. But in the 168 class, I think it's also quite open. The winner in Italy was Prandi, the Italian driver, and he's also super competitive here. The Spanish driver Somoza is also hot in his heels, so the two of them, it's definitely going to be a great race.
Yeah, we've a great entry here. We had a great entry in South Garda, the new Tillotson drift car. Tillotson, just an ever-expanding empire, it seems, at this point. 60,000 prize pool for the Euro Cup. You've really put all your eggs sort of in the one basket. How can Tillotson keep growing, I suppose? Euro Cup's been a great success so far. I imagine Nations Cup is only going to get bigger as well.
Absolutely. You know, we made the decision to run these Euro Cup events to kind of do more international level races, and it's been a great success. You know, we always want more competitors to join us, but I think for the first two editions that we've done, they've been so competitive, and everyone that's participated have really enjoyed it, and I think it's bringing everyone's level on, to be honest, and it's raising their game for the national level. So we're really happy with how it's progressing, and the Nations Cup, a lot of these drivers today will win their tickets for the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia in October, and that of course is our huge prestige race of the year. We'll have 250 drivers from 40 countries at that event, so that's a huge one for us, and one we're always excited to play a part in. And you know, when we started this project to now, you know, it's come a long way. We did it to kind of improve grassroots karting, bring more drivers into the sport, and it looks like it's succeeding. So we're really happy to see that.
Yeah, the Nations Cup is such a cracking event every year. Tell us about the decision to bring the Euro Cup then to Ireland, and a man who had a big part of that's just walked into the room, Anthony Holland. But tell us about the decision to bring the international event here to the Emerald Isle.
Well, I mean, when we look at the facility here, it's absolutely stunning. Anthony has done a huge job here, and Anthony's been a big part of our success in Ireland.
Bad now,
yeah, he's beside me, so I better be careful. But he has been part of this from the beginning. He believed in our project, and you know, without Anthony Holland and what he's done in Kiltorcan, we wouldn't be as successful as we are in Ireland. So he's fully deserving of this race, and we're very happy to bring it here. And you know, we had our first World Cup events in Ireland too, and for us to bring international people to our home country, it's a nice thing, and they're all enjoying the atmosphere, and you know, you can see them all at the driver parade. They're all having a great time.
Yeah, it's been fun within the paddock, an expanding paddock, of course. Anthony putting a lot of work into the circuit. We're sharing headsets here, folks, so give us a second. But Anthony, sort of unbelievable work that you've put into the circuit. The facility looks fantastic. Even I went home yesterday, my own father goes, wow, what a track, what a place. What sort of was the inspiration for you to host the Euro Cup, for you to keep hosting Tillotson karting events?
I suppose I've had a dream, 5-year plan. A lot of thanks goes to a lot of people to make this happen. It just doesn't happen overnight. Between my family, my wife Niamh, my daughter Mia, Noah, there's a lot of patience and time away from family. Even the last 5 weeks have been a huge push to get this facility looking as good as it is. We've extended a good bit. We've got curbs painted. Even up to Thursday night, we had some repairs done to the track over the last couple of weeks. With the heat, some of the track has deteriorated, and we got our company in 1:45 a.m. Friday morning. They were finishing off the circuit, so there's a huge effort after being put in to make this spectacle as best as possible. From the staff here, my management team, John, Peter, Kevin, all the staff, they do a huge amount of work here, keeping the place, barriers, gravel traps, on top of everything. They're always on the ball, and I suppose my hat has to go off to the Tillotson crew as well, from Charles, John, Mark, Andrew, Keith, James, Nigel, Liza. Hope I haven't forgotten anyone, but it's a huge team effort. A huge team effort from the organising club as well. Also, everything is run so smoothly. And yeah, if I've forgotten anyone, I really apologise. But yeah, it's amazing. It's a pride. My dad started this business from a raw site back in 1997 to create, I suppose, one of the best facilities in Ireland, if not the world, that we can view and experience. And the Irish drivers are really appreciative of the effort that goes in. So yeah.
You, of course, support a lot of the Irish drivers. We just had a look at Brian Wilson on the screen there, who would be one who would be rather familiar with this place.
Yeah.
What do you make of their chances come to finals?
Breen is a phenomenal talent. Breen works for me here. Everyone thinks he would be on the track testing the whole time, which is the total opposite. He's just pure raw talent. No one to be messed with, and he just does his business on the track. And hopefully, from our Bambinos, our Minis, our Juniors, our Seniors, and our Senior 168s, we have a lot of good talent within those categories, and hopefully we can bring home some trophies this weekend. We have a lot of good chances.
Yeah, of course, you made all the upgrades to the tracks, but it was a busy week in other aspects. You've brand new rental carts here.
Yeah.
I'm very much looking forward to trying them, so
Yeah.
I'll be booking in with you soon. But for any sort of Irish at home and international coming over, Anthony Holland, track owner at Kiltorcan, would you recommend people visit Kiltorcan for
Absolutely.
a rental section?
Absolutely. All of our bookings are available on our website, kiltorcan.com. As Evan said, we have a brand new fleet of Sodi S LR6 junior carts, so we have 12 of these. You can see the old ones there, they're heading off to a new home over in Galway City Karting, and our new carts will be on the track come this Wednesday. So we're looking forward to rolling them out. We love to keep, we're partnered up with Sodi as well for our rental carts, which are possibly the best provider of rental carts in the world. We've been in their factory, their old factory and their new factory, and what work they put in behind the scenes to provide us as a supplier to the customer with one of the best rental carts in the world. It's phenomenal. Yeah, so we're looking forward to that. Yeah, it's a busy week. The work doesn't stop today. Tomorrow morning we have numbers to put on carts, we have transponders to put on carts, and yeah, it's full throttle again come tomorrow morning.
I couldn't get one out of Andrew before he left, but before I let you go back to one of your many jobs, Anthony, I need a ball prediction from you, unfortunately, for the finals. Who's going to take a win?
Yeah, like the Bambino carts, they're all very even. A lot of great talent. I'd love to see any of them win. Even last weekend in our final, come the last 150 meters, you had it on your social media. The change of leader happened 3 times, and they all crossed like a dead heat going across the final. So any of the guys in the Bambinos are girls. Looking forward to it. Our mini carts, Jack Harney and Harley Burton. Definitely they've been battling. Jack has a huge amount of track time experience all over Europe. And like Harley is really putting it up to him, so looking forward to that battle.
Although Harley seems to be cursed at this place.
Yeah,
Just cannot get away.
like the last day his chain came off in the last lap, and oh my god, the heart just sunk. Yeah, so junior class, yeah. Listen, there's a huge amount of talent throughout our juniors as well. Also, I don't like to pick out anyone, but like throughout the junior carts, we've Jack Fingleton, who's a front runner, but there's a lot of good international drivers after coming as well, so they're really after getting to grips with the circuit, and they're showing the guys that have the laps done on the track how it's done as well. Also, going into the senior class, you have 5, 6, 7, 8 drivers. Any one of them can win it, from Breen Wilson, Jack Mackenzie Smith, Noah Rossa, any of the international drivers as well. Also, like, so I'm just really looking forward to sitting back now and just watching the finals.
Anthony, thank you very much for
You're
joining
very
me.
welcome.
Greatly
Thanks very
appreciate
much for all the hard work that you do, your prep, your details.
I think
you're
I've
going
been
through your
here
notes.
more than my own house the last few weeks.
Well,
So-
I think we're on par there anyway.
Well,
Yeah.
this is basically your house. We're in Anthony's office broadcasting, so I'm taking over Anthony's
You can pay a few bills while you're here if you want to spend 200 stacking up.
If the company card is available, I think I'll book on for a few free sessions while I'm here. But
Cool.
that concludes our drivers' parade, folks. The Spaniards are heading in, as is Noah Rosser and the British team. Few photos for the Irish, but we will be completing our drivers' parade. Then it'll be a lunch break, and it'll be the all elusive finals coming up very shortly. Still very happy Italians, flag still waving, even while on the phone. There's Georgie Greer trailing behind as well. So there's Marco Pedrana walking in, waving to the cameras. That is Valerio Prandi. As the Irish getting one last photo before heading back to the pits for the all-important final preparations. Team Ireland has put on a great display here this weekend. Can they take a win? I think there's guaranteed to be a win in one category. That's the Bambinos. But if they could take a win in another, it would be absolutely awesome. Here's Robert Butler heading in, just heading out of shot stage left. You need a masterclass to win senior, but Robert, I think, just happy to be out there after a nasty whack yesterday. Warren Russell with the flag held over his right shoulder. Can Warren Russell produce one of his best senior drives in the final come later? It would be great to see. There's Senna McLaughlin in the yellow. Has won all 4 junior races so far this weekend. It would be a travesty if he couldn't fight at the front. As they all hop over the wall. The yellow and black shirt that you can see there is the local team, Kilkenny, County Kilkenny, not taking part in the All-Ireland hurling final today. But that taking place in Dublin, in the capital city. So, drivers' parade has been completed, folks. It's now the time to go fill up on food, fill up on tea, coffee, and get ready for the Tillotson T4 Euro Cup Round 2 finals. It's finally time in an hour, unfortunately. We're going to take a quick lunch break here on Alpha Live, but make sure to stick with us for this afternoon's contests.
Bye.
Welcome back to Kiltorcan Raceway, folks, here in the Republic of Ireland. It is Sunday afternoon. That can only mean one thing. This is when it starts to get serious. We have our Tillotson T4 Euro Cup Round 2 finals coming up live from Kiltorcan Raceway, the fabulous racing facility here in County Kilkenny. We had an unbelievable morning of racing in the super heats. Rather calm compared to yesterday's other heats, but there was still drama aplenty. So much so that one grid for the final still isn't decided yet. So it is going to be a busy afternoon. You're in the right place. You're watching on Alpha Live. My name is Evan Dalton. It's a pleasure to be bringing you the action here from Kiltorcan. First up is our T4 Bambinos, and our Bambinos have had a lot of track time this weekend, but have not had a race yet. So there was practice sessions, and then their last practice was turned into qualifying. So the Bambinos will be heading out on track shortly. You can see they're being pushed out to form their dummy grid. So it's standing starts for Bambinos, as per Tillotson T4 Bambino regulation. So they will form a little small dummy grid, get them all into position, then they'll come round to form another grid, and then it will be all guns blazing for the race. It will be a 10-minute race for the Bambinos, or at least that is what is scheduled. They were actually the last session before lunch and the first session after lunch. It's Darragh Fitzgibbon on pole position, but Emerson Hannon is looking to keep with him and challenge his Irish National Championship rival. On the second row is Battersby and Greer, but we'll run you for the grid in a few moments' time. We're just watching them being pushed out towards the what used to be the old start-finish straight here at Kiltorcan before the layout was changed. A lot of younger brothers and young siblings of racers in the paddock are these Bambino racers, but they are as fierce racers as ever. There is a fine grid of them in Irish National Racing, 6 here this weekend for the Euro Cup. And Bambino Racing, it's just getting bigger. More kids getting interested in motorsports, such as due to the successes of Formula 1 and the World Endurance Championship. And Alpha Live, bringing all the karting broadcasts from across the world. But here we see them just getting into position for their dummy grid for the first and only Bambino race of the weekend, but it's the big one. It is the final. There's prizes and a lovely brand spanking new trophy on the line for whoever is able to win this one. So here's your starting grid then, and it's Darragh Fitzgibbon on pole position alongside Emerson Hannon. There was 0.7 of a second separating these two in qualifying, but that is not the pace difference between those two drivers. Second row consists of 2 novices, but 2 very quick ones indeed, Hugo Battersby and Georgie Greer. Georgie lost a win here in Kiltorcan on the last lap last week. Ollie Keneally starts in 5th, and Elijah Hartzenberg is in 6th place. So 3 novice runners, 3 who have been here before, as final preparations on the karts. Nervy times for the Bambino grid, as this is what they've been waiting all weekend for. And it's finally time for them to show the racecraft that they all possess, what I've been harping on about for 2 days now. There's the COCs and assistant COCs getting them into position. Final words of motor to the Tim Murray racers from Kieran Hannon, Emerson Hannon's father. Elijah Hartzenberg, part of that team as well. As Darragh Fitzgibbon gets himself ready. Hugo Battersby getting into the kart now. Older brother Zach racing in T4 Junior. Just the two brothers who are racing, both with Oren Henry Racing. Hugo hasn't actually finished off the podium this season yet, so third is the minimum goal for Hugo Battersby to keep this streak going. Slightly cooler air temperature than it was this time yesterday. 20 degrees, but 40-degree track temperature. Again, still slightly cooler than this time yesterday. As they now get underway and are heading to what will be the standing start grid. So standing starts for T4 Bambino. Last little bit of tyre preparations as the officials run over to the grid awaiting the Bambino field. It will be 9 minutes plus 1 lap, the Bambino final, rather than the 10-minute sessions that they have had. Coming up after Bambino, we do have T4 Junior, where Sam McLaughlin has been the dominant force in that class all weekend. Now approaching the tram tracks. It is a automated start light system here at Kiltorcan, but the flag drop usually the procedure taken. So final preparations for the Bambinos. 9 minutes plus 1 lap. As they are all in position, getting ready to race. And now we go racing here in the T4 Bambinos. And it's a good start from Emerson Hannon, and he leads down towards the first corner. Darragh Fitzgibbon looking to challenge. That's Georgie Greer who's got a better start. So Georgie Greer is now up to second position. Hugo Battersby as well involved. So Fitzgibbon's not got a getaway that he would have wanted. And Emerson Hannon leads here in the Euro Cup. Down through the chicane or down towards the chicane for the first time, I should say. Still Emerson Hannon in the race late. Georgie Greer now under pressure from Hugo Battersby. As green flags still waving, they complete the opening lap, all still in the field. But race leader under pressure down towards the first corner. Hannon, Greer, Battersby, Fitzgibbon, your running order. Darragh Fitzgibbon in fourth has been your pace setter all weekend, but he's not got the race start that he would have wanted. But this could be a great fight. And now look at Hugo Battersby trying it down the inside. And Battersby, he's collected Greer. And Hugo Battersby and Georgie Greer have made contact. Furious as Hugo. And it was just an overtaking attempt gone wrong, unfortunately. That puts Ollie Keneally up to third. And contact and drama in the early stages of the Bambinos. Emerson Hannon under pressure now from Darragh Fitzgibbon, the two title rivals in Irish Bambino racing this year. They're rounding for the final few hairpins now. Darragh Fitzgibbon just seems to have the pace here on Emerson Hannon. And he goes for it on the inside. They're side by side down the main straight. Who's going to be bravest in towards the first corner? There is nothing to separate them. In through turn number 1, and Dara Fitzgibbon carries a lot more speed than Emerson Hannon, but Hannon is right on the tail of Fitzgibbon. In through the triple right-hander down towards the hairpin, and Hannon already looking for an overtaking attempt, but doesn't lunge it down the inside. Very patient racing from Emerson Hannon. Both have taken a win at this circuit this year here in Kiltorcan. This is the big one, the Euro Cup, the one they want to win. Dara Fitzgibbon fastest lap on the last lap, as you can imagine. But Emerson Hannon is keeping with Fitzgibbon, and this is a great trade of Emerson Hannon's. Is maybe the one lap pace is not necessarily there, but he can keep up with the driver in front of him whenever there is one. So Darren Fitzgibbon has been blowing away the entire field with lap times this weekend, but Emerson Hannon, as soon as he gets a kart in front of him, is just able to follow. And now Emerson Hannon is going for the switchback for the first corner. Darren Fitzgibbon using all of the runoff on the outside, and Hannon's on the inside. And Emerson Hannon, that's a cutthroat move. He was able to sneak up through in towards the triple right-hander. And Emerson Hannon now retakes the lead here in the Bambinos. He's ran a little bit wide for the hairpin, but no, chops off Fitzgibbon. So Fitzgibbon not able to get back through. And now with 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go here in a scintillating Bambino contest, it is still Emerson Hannon who is out front. Wheels screeching, or tires screeching rather, as they head through the hairpin. Now Fitzgibbon looks for the outside once again. He gets on the inside of Emerson Hannon. You rarely see that for the final corner, but of course Bambino kart's a lot smaller than junior and senior. And Dara Fitzgibbon retakes the lead, but this is where Emerson Hannon took it back on the last lap, but not able to get through. The momentum ebbing and flowing here, and it seems like whoever gets behind just has the pace. This is exactly what you want from a Bambino race. Entertaining and, more importantly, giving racers a lot of experience. Wheel-to-wheel combat just makes them better drivers come the future, when inevitably Fitzgibbon and Hannon will both progress to Mini. They both have the talent to compete at the top of any karting class. So for the final corner now, and Fitzgibbon has pulled a little bit of a gap on Emerson Hannon. And it seems like Dara Fitzgibbon is starting to unlock some of that pace that he had. Hannon running all the way to the left-hand side. Fitzgibbon, yeah, there you go, fastest lap, 1:05.1. That's the only 2/10 off his pole time that he said earlier on the colder track. Here's the fight for third, and these two locked horns earlier on, Georgie Greer and Hugo Battersby. Very familiar with fighting with each other, both this weekend and across the 2026 season. I know Battersby a little bit wide, carries a bit too much speed through the hairpin. Up the front, it looking like it's about to become a one-horse race. Dara Fitzgibbon has managed to pull the gap on Emerson Hannon, and look at Battersby going for the outside. Hugo Battersby on the outside for the chicane. No, checks off. He'll stay behind. Not able to find a way through just yet is Hugo Battersby. Up the front now, 2 seconds. So Dara Fitzgibbon dispatching his rival. That's another fastest lap. It's a 1:05.1 again. Same lap time for Dara Fitzgibbon, but quicker on the 10th. Georgie Greer under a huge amount of pressure from Hugo Battersby. Battersby just not able to find a way through just yet. Only a minute and a half plus 1 lap to go in this one for Hugo Battersby, so if he wants to try make a move, it needs to come fairly imminently. He's right on Georgie Greer's tail. He's caught. Well, he's tangled, I should say, earlier on in the race, and now Hugo Battersby is through, and Battersby is up to third and onto the podium, looking to keep his podium streak alive in 2026. A glance over the shoulder to check the whereabouts of his competitor, Georgie Greer. And unfortunately for him, he will see that Georgie is right on the tail. A monster engine in the back of Georgie Greer's car. Exceptionally quick. I'm looking to go around the outside, but not able to make it work. This is the third final lap, I believe, as the pace Darragh Fitzgibbon is running should give them another lap. Unfortunately for Emerson Hannon, is looking like it's just not enough here today, and Darragh Fitzgibbon will be able to take the race win. As yet, they will have two more laps. So the one that Fitzgibbon has just started, and one more. Coming up after Bambino is our T4 Junior, of course, which, despite all its ups and downs, all its drama and chaos, has had the same driver win the first 4 heats. And you may be thinking, well, he's got to win the final, isn't he? Nothing is a guarantee in motorsport until the checkered flag drops. And even then after that, we'll probably still change in the stewards room. So looking at Hugo Battersby, en route to a podium place bar any further issues. Could have been in the fight for the win, but himself and Georgie Greer tagged earlier on. That gave Darragh Fitzgibbon the leverage to go and attack Emerson Hannon. Bad start, excessive. Fitzgibbon, the right front leader, lapping 9/10 of a second, lapping 1.1 seconds quicker than Emerson Hannon on the last lap, and it will be one more trip round the kilometre circuit for Darragh Fitzgibbon, for crowning himself a Euro Cup winner. But Hannon's still going to stand on the podium, as will Hugo Battersby. This is a late attack from Georgie Greer. So T4 Junior coming up next with Senna McLaughlin on pole position. Alexander Ibrahim will be alongside with Ben Cosgrove and Jack Keneally on the second row. Ben O'Keefe and Fernando Wheeler on row 3. So Dara Fitzgibbon taking the win in Bambino ahead of Emerson Hannon in second. Hugo Battersby in third. Georgie Greer takes fourth ahead of Ollie Keneally and Elijah Hartzenberg. And there's your on-screen graphic. Just to confirm that, folks, it is Fitzgibbon, Hannon, Battersby, Greer, Keneally, Hartzenberg. So for the remainder of our finals, the carts will be heading out on a short reconnaissance lap. Then they will line up on the grid. A little bit of an added processional feature just to celebrate the finals, and then we will go racing. So what a day it's been. What a weekend it's been for Senna McLaughlin. Will be your pole sitter in the junior final. A little bit of kart recovery, or a little bit of clean-up out on circuit. There's no retirements from that one. We had 6 start and 6 finish. Could be the water drop either. We had Anthony Holland out in the recovery vehicle yesterday, throwing water to the marshal's posts. So, getting a look at some of the new banners here at Kiltorcan Raceway as we await our T4 Junior race. There will be a little bit of a bigger break between the final races, just to make sure everything is A1. Apologies, we have our T4 Masters final expected to be up next, but still not a gridiron now for that by the looks of things. But Masters is the next final, not Junior. Junior will be after the Masters, so a little bit of a change in the order. But yeah, we're still waiting on a grid to come true for the final for the T4 Masters. Whether they run Junior next or not is... Oh no, I imagine we have a grid now, because we can see Paul Grogan, official timekeeper, walking across the gravel at turn number 1. with grid in hand. It's a bit like at the Oscars when they walk the brown envelope on stage with the winner. That's what we're kind of waiting on here. But it is T4 Masters up next, not T4 Junior, folks. It was the dramatic T4 Masters race. There he is. There's Paul with the grids. The expected start time for this is supposed to be 2:05, but I'd like to think we'll run it a little bit earlier. That's some of our senior racers. That's Brian Wilson in the white and red t-shirt with the bleached blonde mullet. Always wears his T4 South Africa shirt when he's racing. Could well be a superstition. He's of course starting the T4 senior final from near the front and will be looking to take the win. So the golden document has been handed to us and the grid is set for the T4 Masters. So will be the Masters coming up next. And it will be Adrian Ortiz who is on pole. So Valerio Prandi received a 5-place grid penalty for improper driving. It was the official verdict. That was in the incident with Luke Kavanagh. Stood there beside Brian Wilson, also in the Tillotson shirt, was Ellen Donnelly. She does a great job on the Tillotson Ireland social media. So Tillotson Ireland social media, I don't think I've ever seen it posted as much. So Ellen doing a great job this weekend. So we have a very entertaining T4 Masters race coming up. Because Valerio Prandi, who I think it's safe to say has been the quickest this weekend in the class, starts from 7th. And he's not made many friends towards the front. That's Luke Hoenstra, stood on the right, the Dutchman. From Arnhem, the Netherlands. Excuse my Dutch pronunciations. Third in the 2024 Dutch T4 Senior Rookie Championship. Podium at the next GP. And one of the rounds of that championship. With, of course, pit parts this weekend. All the Dutch drivers with pit parts. One of the top Tillotson teams in Europe. There's a look at some of our senior drivers once again. As the T4 Masters just being finalised, there won't be this much of a break between every race. It was just a little bit of sorting out to do on the grid. Here's our starters and Paul. Paul certainly getting his steps in. He was up in the commentary box a few moments ago with that. The delivery of the grid. A few of Anthony Holland's fabulous staff that he was talking about earlier on in our little chat during the parade. Staff here at Kiltorcan Raceway. One of which Brian Wilson is, who we were looking at, but Brian, of course, racing, so obviously not working. These drivers in the Masters looking to guarantee their place in Valencia at the Nations Cup. Top 3 will get given a voucher for it. And there is €60,000 on the line across this 3-event campaign. When we're finished in Kiltorcan, these drivers will be heading to Emmen in the Netherlands, which will be a home race for a lot of the Dutch representees here. Hopefully some of our Irish drivers travel over. There was a few in South Garda. Colin Munnelly was one in this class, in the Masters coming up, that was in South Garda. It was a 15th place finish for him in the final. But Colin travelling to a lot of the international events, especially the Nations Cup, of course, where he picked up a podium at the last race. There's part of our officials team for this weekend from the Munster Karting Club. The Munster Car Club doing a fantastic job to organise this whole event. And it's not just the Munster Car Club. Some of our visiting teams have provided officials to help out, so a big thanks to them. Will we have a surprise winner in T4 Master? It's Adrian Ortiz and Luke Kavanagh on the front row. So I imagine what's occurred there is Kavanagh's had his likely position reinstated, because he finished down the back because of an incident with Valerio Prandi. But Prandi has been given a penalty for that incident, so it's been deemed his fault. That benefits Colin Munnelly, who will be on inside of row 2. That benefits Peter McBride, who will be on outside of row 2. Scott Garvey on row 6 as well. He finished 3rd in the Superheat, so bit of shuffling up for the Masters grid, certainly, for what will be a 12-minute plus 1 lap final in their final race of the weekend. Last little warm-up for the Spanish representative. You can see in the background, arms all swinging. Here's Colin Munnelly in the luminous yellow/green with the green cap. He starts from 3rd. So here's your grid, just to run you through the full order, the full adjusted order. Adrian Ortiz on pole position, ahead of Luke Kavanagh in 2nd. Colin Munnelly in 3rd, alongside Peter McBride in 4th. Antonio Yul in 5th, and Marco Padrana in 6th. And Valerio Prandi in 7th, with Luca Hunstra in 8th. Had a mechanical before the Superheat even started. So this is actually his first racing running of the day. So Scott Garvey was excluded for a technical infringement. Colin Munnelly and Valerio Prandi got a bumper. That explains a bit of a shuffling up, so what does that mean? It means they're all hot-headed heading into the final. Yes, that's what we want. This will be good entertainment. So Aaron Doyle 9th, Roberto Zaltieri in 10th, Scott Garvey starting from 11th. So just a bit of a hold if you're just joining us, folks, just to get our T4 Masters grid in order, and then we will be going racing. Is that Luke Kavanagh in an Italy shirt? What sort of mind games is that? That's also hilarious, at the fact that he made contact with Valerio Prandi, the Italian, earlier on this morning, while wearing an Italy shirt. World Cup final tonight, of course. Football fever around the paddock. Ireland and Italy being two teams that didn't qualify. Not that anyone really needed to be reminded of that fact. Here's Marco Padrana entering shot at the back. Starting from 6 now is Marco. Podium in the heat. Heat free yesterday. Disappointing superheat. The two media members you can see there, not that they need any more mentioning, Paul and Shane. The gentleman in the Tillotson t-shirt with the hat and shorts, that's Anthony Holland, who we were speaking to earlier. Are we finally going to get karts on track? Seems like they're getting something ready. Most of the drivers not even kitted up. There's Adrian Ortiz, you can see there, red race suit. At the front, the one just walking away from his kart now. He's your pole sitter. Look how calm they all are before going racing. So there's a final little... Oh, I don't like when you see hands raised in the air. Final little discussion. There's Scott Garvey at the back in the white race suit. Blonde hair. He's just hidden from us now. Behind Antonio Yul. Or sorry, no, that's one of the mechanics actually. That's Gary Manning having a chat with our pole sitter Adrian Ortiz. So we're going to get the karts out to form the grid. There's Luke Kavanagh and his dad at the front. Still find it so funny that he's in an Italy shirt. Here's Roberto Saltieri, unfortunately going to be described as the smaller of the two in the T4 Italy suits. What a man Roberto is, and what an unbelievable racing driver's name that is, by the way. Roberto Saltieri. Valerio Prandi, fresh out of the steward's room, will be meaning business here in this one. It's very difficult to overtake a Senior 168 or a T4 Masters kart. But these guys are going to try and make it work. As they walk over to the grid. Valerio Prandi in good spirits, so not too hot-headed. As Luke Hoenstra doesn't seem to be there. I hope it's not further issues for the Dutchman. Unless he's changed race suits, but we definitely seem to be down a kart. No, we have 11 there, so I can't count. There's Paul going for a jog. Yeah, no, there is 11. So Luke Hoenstra is there. We have 11 listed on the grid to start. That's the two men behind the camera getting an awful lot of coverage on the camera this weekend. As we see the grid forming. Or, well, walking to form the grid. Very Formula 1-esque this. With all the mechanics on the grid. The kart trolleys. A brilliant invention. Save you carrying your go-kart through the paddock. You really know it's a lot of time to fill when kart trolleys is the topic of conversation. The judge of fact, I should say, for starter, is Liam Hayes. So he's the one responsible for putting these all in the correct position and making sure everything is legal and all drivers remain inside the tram lines. We haven't had any tram line penalties this weekend, but they're all experienced international karters, so you expect them to be able to keep their wheels inside two lines for a race start. But you wouldn't know. So we are running about 20 minutes ahead of schedule here, folks, if you were keeping up with the schedule throughout the weekend. This race was supposed to start at 2:05. For the sake of us all, hopefully it doesn't. It starts a little bit earlier, but we are on the grid early.
Lekker in het Nederlands kan niet op staan. Of dan zeg je, mijn moeder kan nog beter rijden dan met jou.
Drivers getting suited up. Ready to go for the T4 Masters final. Here, the second round of the T4 Euro Cup. There's Luke Kavanagh, who's on the outside row, number 521 for this weekend, usually under the number 579. At his first race of the year last weekend, got the win on track, but unfortunately lost it due to a penalty. He's podiumed in the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships and the Tully Allen Karting Championships, which is a local regional competition here in Ireland, before. It's a father and son team. They like to win. Anthony Holland, who we were speaking to earlier, we didn't get this chance to speak to it, but he actually races in this class in Ireland, so hence the invested interest from the track owner at the T4 Masters. And we finally have the sound of engines again here in County Kilkenny. And our T4 Masters final is going to get ready to go. It is Adrian Somoza Ortiz on pole position. Luke Kavanagh alongside him. Colin Munnelly behind with Peter McBride in fourth. Fifth is Antonio Yule and Marco Padrana, followed by Valerio Prundi, Luke Hoenstra, then it's Aaron Doyle, Roberto Zaltieri, and Scott Garvey. But Adrian Somoza leads them round on the warm-up lap. As the grid run back, or the mechanics I should say, run off the grid back to the pit lane. So this race will be 12 minutes plus 1 lap. T4 Masters, T4 Euro Cup final here at Kiltorcan Raceway. It's the Spaniard on pole. We'll have one more warm-up lap, so not going into formation yet. 2 warm-up laps being the standard here this weekend in Kiltorcan. It's not a bad idea, honestly. It's stop the wave rounds. Might be something that we see introduced. These are the nervy laps. It's been a big build-up for the T4 Masters. We have Junior, Mini and Senior coming up after this, of course, to conclude our afternoon of racing. But what a weekend it's been at the Tillotson T4 Euro Cup. Right, into the final corner then comes Adrian Somoza Ortiz, the defensive king of T4 Master Racing this weekend. Can he produce another one, or is it Luke Kavanagh's turn to taste success at Kiltorcan? As we're into the tram lines and we go racing here for the final. It's a great start by Adrian Ortiz, but look at Colin Munnelly. Luke Kavanagh hops over the curbs as well. They're side by side for the carousel, and Luke Kavanagh is looking for it on the outside. Somoza Ortiz leads the Spaniard. Colin Munnelly is on the inside, the experienced Irish Masters racer. He's up to second. He hasn't really had a look in this weekend so far, but right when it counts, Colin Munnelly performs, and he is back up into second position. There was contact at the first corner, but no one into the wall, no one off. We're all still here, but I believe Valerio Prundi did not get the best getaway and is down the order. Still though, it's the Spaniard who leads, and this is going to be the theme. Him running defensive lines, white line to white line, showing them all how difficult he is to overtake. But Somoza Ortiz leads the opening lap ahead of Colin Munnelly in second position. Then it's Luke Kavanagh, Peter McBride. Great start for Luke Hoenstra, who was up to fifth position, and it was Roberto Zaltieri who dropped to the back. Valerio Prundi is up to sixth position. Luke Kavanagh down the inside of Colin Munnelly, and Colin Munnelly now has to defend. But look at that, look at Peter McBride and Luke Hoenstra, and Peter McBride snuck through. Luke Hoenstra is now going to try sneak through as well, and they're too wide as they get to the next left-hander. Luke Kavanagh's in a whole world of pain, and Prundi's gone through as well. The Italian has gained another position, and he's up to fifth now, and Valerio Prundi is looking for the race of all races to try and win the T4 Masters final. 10 minutes to go still in this one, which is an awful long time at Kiltorcan Raceway when you're lapping in the 55s. We've another real 10 or so trips around this track, but Adrian Somoza Ortiz is gone at the front. Colin Munnelly's job to try and catch him. Hands waving everywhere. Let's work together, says Peter McBride to Luke Hoenstra, but Hoenstra has not had the rub of his racing suit green this weekend. he's going to want to try and overtake. He's got Valerio Prandi, the man who is arguably the only one that can beat Somoza Ortiz this weekend, behind him. So it's Valerio Prandi right behind Luke Hoenstra. And there's a move down the inside by Hoenstra and Prandi. That's on Peter McBride, and the Italian's looking to go for a double whammy again, yes! Yes, he's got it. And Valerio Prandi is now third in the Masters final. Colin Munnelly, fastest lap of the race. Gap is 6/10, and oh, if someone pulled off. And that, unfortunately, is Marco Pedrana in the number 522, who's pulled off and is now last in the Masters final. So disappointing for Marco, who's loved every second of his week here in Ireland. Racing in the National Championship last weekend, finished 5th. Racing in the Euro Cup, here's what's in the Nations Cup. The Euro Cup here. Probably will try racing the Nations Cup, Pedrana. But now we have a race on our hands. It is one of the finer exports of Spain. Adrian Somoza Ortiz, the man who the home nation's hopes lie on. Colin Munnelly, a Nations Cup podium sitter, and the winner from round 1 of this Euro Cup, Valerio Prandi, who started down the back due to a penalty for an incident with Luke Kavanagh at the first corner in heat number, or in the superheat earlier. He's picked up the fastest lap. Look how quick he's got Colin Munnelly here, Valerio Prandi. And he's right on the bumper of the Irish driver in front. Munnelly's hopes, I'd say, here will be... And oh, Prandi down the inside! Almost contact again between Prandi and an Irish racer. But it was just perfectly placed. He didn't make it stick, though. I'd say Munnelly will probably be hoping that Prandi, if he does get past him, will then make contact with Somoza Ortiz and potentially allow him through. Munnelly might just be aiming for a podium, although I highly doubt it. Now there's a bit of a gap in the front because Prandi is fighting with Colin Munnelly, but Valerio Prandi at this stage of the race, the Leo 71 driver, will be thinking that he doesn't need any help. And here comes Valerio Prandi down the inside. It's a lovely move. It's as easy as it'll come for Valerio. And Luke Hoenstra's gone through as well, so the Dutchman's followed him. And Luke Hoenstra takes a leaf out of Valerio Prandi's book. Now the fight is on. It is Adrian Somoza Ortiz, the Spanish defensive king, versus Valerio Prandi, the pace setter in this class. 6 minutes and 40 plus 1 lap to go. And Luke Hoenstra looking to deny Colin Munnelly at the podium. Peter McBride is in this fight as well. Peter putting in some of his best laps of the day, as is Luke Kavanagh, you can see there at the back. Oh, McBride had a look at Munnelly, but wasn't able to get past. Back up the front though, Valerio Prandi is right on the tail of Adrian Somoza Ortiz. Can Ortiz defend from a fired up Valerio Prandi, or will it be back-to-back Masters wins in the Euro Cup for the Italian? A man who learned his dive bomb craft from racing with Daniel Ricciardo. He needs a Ricciardo-esque move to try and get past the Spaniard in front. His partner, very successful in pageants in Italy. He's built up a wonderful family, all cheering him on in this T4 Euro Cup final. Prandi right on the tail of Somoza Ortiz, and you feel an overtake attempt could happen at any second. Ortiz knows it could happen at any second, and he's going to just keep running the way he has ran all weekend. Defensive lines through the hairpin. Try and keep Valerio Prandi behind. It's like trying to stop a missile at this point. And oh, Peter McBride has gone for the move. on Colin Munnelly. They're now 3 wide for the final corner. Not quite, there's a little bit of separation now, but it's all changing down the back of the order. It's Kavanagh ahead of McBride, and that's actually Luke Hoonstra, not Colin Munnelly, apologies. Both in the green race suits, but Luke Hoonstra, Hoonstra's got on the inside of Peter McBride. That's a beauty of a move from Luke Hoonstra. And the top 2 now heading down, but no overtaking attempt from Valerio Brandi. He stays behind, as you can see. So it is Somoza, Ortiz, Prandi, Munnelly, your current podium, who would pick up the Nations Cup vouchers. 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go. This final, well worth the wait, it seems at this point. Somoza Ortiz is doing exactly what he does best. Not allowing Prandi a look in. Slows it down in the apex. Pushes Prandi wide. And what Somoza Ortiz really needs here is Colin Munnelly's involvement in this one. We have someone off on the exit of the chicane, and it looks like it was Peter McBride that has gone off. Luke Kavanagh, yeah, it was Peter McBride, because Kavanagh's now running on his own, as is Hoonstra. So Peter McBride has gone off, unfortunately. Top 2 rounding through the carousel, and once again it's defensive from Somoza Ortiz, and Prandi tried the outside line this time round, didn't fancy sticking it. Colin Munnelly is getting closer and closer with every corner that Prandi is backed up into. Every lap that ticks on, the more confidence Somoza Ortiz will gain from being able to keep Prandi behind. Oh, little flick of the hand at Prandi. Prandi, he's got to get creative here. He's a very creative racer with his overtaking attempts at the best of times, but Somoza Ortiz has not put a foot wrong at the front of this race yet. Does not have the overall pace to beat the Italian. But it's one thing to catch the driver in front, it's another thing to pass. And the emotions are running high here in the T4 Masters. And Valerio Prandi with a few signals to Somoza Ortiz. Colin Munnelly and Luke Hoonstra and Luke Kavanagh both need to try and catch up for their own benefit, and certainly for the benefit of the Spaniard. Prandi is starting to slowly get frustrated here. The Italian cannot find a way through. It's a brick wall he's racing against. The fastest brick wall in the world, some would say, in through the left-hander. This is agonising for Ortiz because the help is just not coming. Now it's here, and it'll be in the form of Luke Kavanagh. And who wants to get one over Valerio Prandi more than Luke Kavanagh here today? A very passionate racer is Kavanagh, and he's now pushing Munnelly onwards, so Munnelly will be here as well. Through the final corner, 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go, and Luke Kavanagh ran wide. Munnelly ran wide there. Kavanagh got through, so it's now Luke Kavanagh in 3rd position, the local racer from County Kilkenny. He did exactly what Somoza Ortiz did last week to Anthony Holland. And it was a defensive masterclass, and Valerio Prandi finally pops it and goes down the inside. But Somoza Ortiz is able to get the switchback, sells him the dream with the nightmare well and truly attached, and he's back in front. And the nightmare goes on for Valerio Prandi, who, despite having the fastest race pace here, is not able to get in front. Or is he now? Through goes Luke Kavanagh. He's ahead of them both, and the local heroes in the race lead in T4 Masters with 1 minute and 20 to go. Somoza Ortiz is gone. It won't be a win for the Spaniard. It'll be Kavanagh or Prandi, or if it all goes wrong between those two again. Now it's Luke Kavanagh's turn. He needs to try and survive. 1 minute plus a lap in the lead of this race, with one of the fastest T4 Masters racers in Europe hot on his heels. Ireland versus Italy here in the T4 Euro Cup. And Luke Kavanagh, what a fairy tale win this would be. Thought it was all but over. Oh no, it is! As Valerio Prandi sneaks through. And Kavanagh's got to get back in front instantly here, because Prandi's got the pace to just pull away from this one. Kavanagh has got to send it through the final few sectors, because if he gives Valerio Prandi a minute's rest, he will race up the road, and I think it's already too late for Luke Kavanagh. Unless he chucks one down the inside here. No, Prandi went defensive. That's quite rare for Valerio Prandi this weekend. He's relied on his own pace time and time again. Blue flags waving for Peter McBride, which is the disappointing end to Peter McBride's day. He was caught up in an incident and ended up in the barrier at the chicane, but kept running. Colin Munnelly now. As much as pride will be at stake for Munnelly to try and beat Luke Kavanagh, he could do it working together here, but because Valerio Brandi is not mistake-free, as we've come to learn this weekend. Peter McBride, very much a sportsman, and gets out of the way. He could have easily held up Brandy. He didn't. He did a little bit, but there wasn't much he could do. He pulled off the racing line. He could have easily held up Brandy there to try help his fellow countryman, but he didn't. And Valerio Brandi just has the gap up the front, in for the hairpin, and it's looking like it will be a comeback from the Italian from 7th on the grid. Picked up a penalty in the superheat, will likely be under investigation for the move on Adrian Somoza Ortiz, but that will be decided post-race. It's the last lap at Kiltorcan. There's Marco Pedrana pulled off, unfortunately. And it's a race of attrition, it seems, in the 12-minute plus a lap final. It's going to be between Munnelly and Kavanagh for second now. Colin Munnelly knows that Kavanagh's not going to win this race, so it's open season for him to go for the move. He can't in this sector because of local yellows, but he could well go for it in through the hairpin. They're all pulling off now. That's Aaron Doyle who's pulling off, and Luke Hoonstra is fighting with Adrian Somoza Ortiz, but for the final corner, checkered flag awaits Valerio Brandi, who goes 2 from 2 in the Euro Cup, undefeated. He had to work his socks off for that one. Adrian Somoza Ortiz had Brandy's back up against the wall. Kavanagh was able to get through, but Brandi still found a way. What a win for the Italian here in Kiltorcan. That is a statement win from 7th on the grid when Ortiz and Kavanagh started on the front row. What a way to start our senior finals. Let's hope juniors is just as good. But Valerio Brandi will take the race win here in Kiltorcan. Luke Kavanagh in second, Colin Munnelly in third, Luke Hoonstra comes home in fourth with Adrian Somoza Ortiz in fifth. Scott Garvey takes sixth from the back of the field with Marco Pedrana in seventh. It wasn't Pedrana that pulled off, it was Antonio Yule, unfortunately. So Pedrana takes seventh, Roberto Zaltieri in eighth, Peter McBride in ninth, Antonio Yule in 10th, and Aaron Doyle in 11th. Adrian Somoza Ortiz went through the pit lane at about 60 miles an hour with frustration. He may feel aggrieved, but what a race that well and truly was here in the T4 Masters. T4 Junior now is coming up next. Bit of track clearance and then we will have our grid. But they're already in waiting, thankfully. We know the starting field for this one, so we don't have that whole drama again. What a race to start the day, though, in the T4 Masters, with Valerio Brandi taking the win. So Fitzgibbon and Brandi, the two winners so far. Senna McLaughlin starts on pole position, and of Alexander Ibrahim in second. As the lone cart sat awaiting its owner. you're just joining us, no time like the present, folks, here on Alpha Live. We are in the middle of our Tillotson T4 Euro Cup finals with T4 Junior coming up next. Make sure to pop a subscription on the Alpha Live YouTube channel if you are watching on that, for more fantastic karting and motorsport broadcasts from across the world. Some eager fans. As we get a look at some more eager fans. Well, we're looking at a bit of kart collection, and we await our junior race. Of course, a lot of our juniors using simulators to practice for their T4 junior races, and some of the seniors as well, using specific kart sims. We have some fabulous simulators on display in the paddock here this weekend by the fabulous crew at IRL Motorsports. The owner of IRL Motorsports, Aaron Coogan, a Motorsport Ireland senior karting champion himself, and finished third in World Cups before as well. So a real knows his stuff kind of guy, Aaron Coogan. You can't miss him, one of the tallest senior racers I've ever seen. But yeah, if you're looking to get some practice on either the kart sim or the real car sim, or you're just a sim racing hobbyist like myself, make sure to check out IRL Motorsports, an official Sim Magic reseller. A couple of the real world drivers do use their simulators, Max Hart being one of them, a TCR race winner. But yeah, check out irlmotorsports.com if you are looking for a sim, an official partner here at Kiltorcan and of the Motorsport Ireland Tillotson karting championships. I'm not sure about international delivery, but certainly check out their website, irlmotorsports.com, or social media. So, your grid for the final, as the long walk to the grid takes place. Senan McLaughlin on pole position, alongside Alexander Ibrahim. They started on the front row in the super heats, and there was no change. Ben Cosgrove and Jack Keneally, third and fourth. Ben O'Keefe starts from fifth, alongside Fernando Wheeler. Jack Fingleton and Tyler Paget in 8th position. 9th then belongs to Roman Pullen with Zach Battersby alongside him. Harry Ward in 11th with Liam Borkhall in 12th. Wesley Brereton in 13th with Adrian Giel in 14th. Pablo Segura starts from 15th with Rory O'Donovan in 16th position. 17th then Max Cooling with Tiernan O'Connor alongside Max in 18th. Nathan Strang in 19th, and Darren McMahon will start from 20th. All heading to the dummy grid now. There's Ben O'Keefe, number 320. He'll be starting from the third row in fifth, but has won at Kiltorcan twice in his young career before. This would be his biggest achievement to date, I think, if he was to win today. From Carrick-on-Suir, racing for Orman Henry Racing. And I incorrectly said yesterday that he was wearing a helmet that he won in road tax. He's not. He's wearing a Max Verstappen helmet, but it's in black and gold. It looks insanely cool. He sent me a close-up of it last night. Looks insanely cool. Well, that's if he hasn't changed back to his old helmet. That is the concept behind Ben O'Keefe's new lid. He's alongside Fernando Wheeler, the Guatemalan representative here today. A driver for Karting Senti Racing. Was 14th in the first round of the Euro Cup. But he has actually raced in Ireland previously. Raced in 2021 in White River Park, another track in the Republic of Ireland. A little bit further north than we are here in Kilkenny. It's located in County Louth. Directly behind Wheeler, on row 5, is Tyler Paget, known as the Pickle. Tyler the Pickle Paget, third in the T4 America's Cup, first in a race in the Florida Karting Championship, and the T4 Eastern Cup champion. He will race at the Nations Cup, regardless of his results here today. And he's a keen drummer, likes his music, does the Pickle. I'm not too sure of the origin of the nickname. But certainly Noah Rosser has been calling him it a few times this weekend. So we're just getting the grid set up. But if the Masters race taught us anything, is that these weights are kind of worth it. It's good to see you all tuning along and commenting on our live stream chat here on Alpha Live. So engines rolling. Or engines running, carts are rolling. If the engine's rolling, something's gone wrong. But the carts are getting going. McLaughlin on pole. Alexander Ibrahim alongside him. Ben Cosgrove, Jack Keneally. Can Shannon McLaughlin clean sweep the Euro Cup? It would be heartbreaking if the only one he didn't win was this one, the one he kind of want to win. So, McLaughlin just completing his first warm-up lap. A man who usually races Miami. Learned all his tricks of the trade from his father, who used to race cars in the famous Irish Phoenix Park races. Some of you may be familiar with them, some of our international viewers. The barriers were trees, that's all I'd say. This is mind games on the warm-up lap from Alexander Ibrahim, though. He's been right on McLaughlin's bumper. Now we will challenge. Side by side, getting into formation for the final of T4 Junior. The only word to describe this class is pandemonium. It's lived up to its name this weekend. Let's see if this is another hectic final in Tillotson T4 Junior history. As they head down towards the start-finish line. Ibrahim's got a great start on the outside and could well lead into the first corner, and he will indeed. And Alexander Ibrahim and Jack Keneally are 1-2 for the first corner. They've all made it safely through. And Spider-Man is out in front here. Jack Keneally looking to pressure. This is the first time really this weekend that Senan McLaughlin hasn't been at the front of the field, and now he's work to do. And oh no, there's problems for one slowing in the middle of the pack and falling down the order, but we are all still together, and that was Ben Cosgrove who's dropped down the order. Started third, but no longer third. He's dropping down to the back of the field. But Alexander Ibrahim, the Dutchman, leads here in the Euro Cup, and Keneally's been pipped, so Senan McLaughlin's back in front. They're the opposite way that they were in the super heats, and second leads first. Down towards the first corner. Ibrahim, McLaughlin, Keneally, Fernando Wheeler is starting to up the ante. Then it's Ben O'Keefe. O'Keefe knows this circuit like the back of his hand. So keep an eye on Ben O'Keefe. And Senan McLaughlin goes for the move down the inside. And he's not got the switchback pulled off as Alexander Ibrahim. And Senan McLaughlin is back in front. That didn't take awfully long to take back the race lead. And the Athlone native is back in front in the final. Can Alexander Ibrahim fight back? He needs to. He needs to do it soon by the looks of things, because Senan McLaughlin's outright pace as soon as the track heats up is remarkable. McLaughlin, look at that, already extending the gap to Alexander Ibrahim, and that card is running like clockwork here. He's going for 5 for 5. Jack Keneally not able to press on and attack Alexander Ibrahim. Ben O'Keefe not able to get past Fernando Wheeler. Then there's a little bit of a schism, and Ben O'Keefe goes for the move on Fernando Wheeler. You can just see there in the back of the camera shot, and O'Keefe is ahead now, so he's got past the Guatemalan. These two were fighting yesterday as well. It's a much better lap from Alexander Ibrahim, and he's closed the gap in a little bit to Senan McLaughlin. But McLaughlin's not running away with it in the way that I maybe expected him to at the very first corner of this lap. But as they tick over, it's the fastest lap for the Dutchman, Alexander Ibrahim. From Hengelo, the Netherlands. Started his career karting in Odenzaal. He won on his debut in Dutch T4 Junior and featured very prominently in local Twente media. His father, Fadi, karts as well. He's the son of two racers who are at the front of this one, and that's battle further back. Fernando Wheeler has been overtaken by Zach Battersby. So Battersby ahead of the Guatemalan now as well, and Fernando Wheeler could lose another place to Jack Fingleton here if he's not careful. Eight minutes still to go in this one. It is battles aplenty up the front. This is O'Keefe now on the back of Jack Keneally. And O'Keefe, I think, will be happy with a podium given the bad luck he had yesterday. Himself and teammate Zach Battersby, you can see in the back of the shot, made contact twice at the first corner in two separate heats. So Jack Fingleton was able to get past Fernando Wheeler there. And Zach Battersby with the fastest lap of the race. He's on a tear through the field. His brother Hugo ended up on the podium in Bambino. If there could be two Battersby podiums today, it would be a very successful outing. And it's not a total write-off that Zach Battersby ends up on the podium, because he is just right behind Ben O'Keefe there. There's O'Keefe that you can see on your screen, the smaller of the three carters in the middle, one of the youngest in T4 Junior. Ben O'Keefe almost had an overlap on Jack Keneally. These three very familiar with each other, racing in the Irish Championship, and a black and orange flag has been shown. And that is for 339. I thought it was Simon McLaughlin for a second, but he's number 338. That could have been very wrong. It's for Darren McMahon, and that's not our first of the day. And Ben O'Keefe goes down the inside of Jack Keneally, and Zach Battersby goes through as well. And now the two teammates are side by side. Battersby just about down the inside of Ben O'Keefe, and all the hard work O'Keefe did to get to the podium places, they've made contact again. And it's the PBR man, Jack Keneally, who's able to sneak his way through. His teammate Fingleton's involved in this fight as well, as is Fernando Wheeler, who's just at the back of it. But after all that hard work, it is Keneally. Darren McMahon was called into the pits for an issue with the neck restraint. Oh, he was thrown out of Anthony Holland. So back to the racing action. It is a dominant lead by Senna McLaughlin, but the real fight is now between Fingleton, Battersby and O'Keefe, and Jack Fingleton is at the front. Battersby not able to get past. Oh, here we go. Two PBR racers behind are side by side, and that is Keneally and Adrian Giel. Adrian Giel coming into this fight now. Fernando Wheeler is in the middle of it, and it's not Ben O'Keefe who's dropped down towards the back. No, it isn't Ben O'Keefe. That's Liam Borkhall who's involved in this fight now as well. Number 337, Borkhall, so the leading American in the field. And this is exactly what Liam did in the Irish Championship last week. Just in the final, just all of a sudden became this absolute speed demon and managed to cut through the field. And he's up to 9th now from 12th with 5 minutes to go. Ben O'Keefe on the tail of his teammate Battersby once again. The fight for the final podium place for the Nations Cup tickets. Battersby right on the bumper of Jack Fingleton. Fingleton, the O-Plate winner here in Ireland this year. Didn't race in the opening round of the Euro Cup, but looking for the podium on home soil. Still have to work for it though with Oran Henry Racing's Zach Battersby behind, and Battersby is hungry for success after an unlucky few weeks, and certainly an unlucky Saturday. As Fernando Wheeler's dropping down the order. Has he pulled off with a problem? No, he's down to 15th, is Fernando Wheeler, so he's now in a fight with Pablo Segura and Tiernan O'Connor, and that's very disappointing for the Guatemalan, who was running in the top 10 consistently this weekend, and was running in the top 10 in this race as well. With 3.5 minutes left, who knows what could still happen. An unlikely thing to happen is Senna McLaughlin being caught. And now Zach Battersby is in the fight here with Fingleton, but not able to get past. So it will be Battersby who will remain behind. Ben O'Keefe is running different racing lines to try and catch up. Oh, how close the Oran Henry Racing man is to PBR's Jack Fingleton. No move able to be made. Fastest lap for Ben Cosgrove. Had a lot of misfortune on the opening lap, did Cosgrove. But the number 321, the Briton, is back up to 8th position. A race winner in T4 UK this year. Still no way through for Battersby, but he is almost ending up on top of the bumper. Similar way to how James Stafford Jr. ended up on the back bumper of Max van der Heuvel through that section of track earlier on today. Senna McLaughlin and Alexander Ibrahim are having their most quiet few laps of the weekend. I don't even think testing would have been this quiet for them. It's a little bit further behind. It was very close between Adrian Giel and Ben Cosgrove, and Cosgrove is looking to fight on and past Adrian Giel. So there is your race leader, Senna McLaughlin, leading by 2 seconds ahead of Alexander Ibrahim. Fastest lap in this race still belongs to Ben Cosgrove. Battersby seems to be quicker through this sector, but just not able to catch. There's another mechanical flag being shown. Oh, it's been shown to Jack Keneally. Keneally's down to 12. Started this race on the second row. Led it through the first corner. But he will have to head into the pit lane. Senna McLaughlin, fastest lap of the race, in the race lead. That's the confidence the young man has. And oh, we do have a crash at the first corner. And it's Harry Ward and Fernando Wheeler who have made contact. And Fernando Wheeler is looking to pick himself off the back of the cart. It was a similar issue to what we were talking about. A satirical clap from Harry Ward. We're both going to get going again. I know Fernando Wheeler won't. No, they both reached it. So yellow flags in the first sector for Harry Ward and Fernando. He's in an awful position as Harry Ward, not able to rejoin. You'll see him here. He won't. He's in the blind spot. Oh, there he is. Not able to rejoin. Jack Fingleton, fastest lap of this one. So Zach Battersby was on his bumper, but Fingleton able to rejoin, or able to respond, I should say. And Harry Ward now able to rejoin. Battersby, he's got a front. He's under pressure from a PBR man behind, but he's been battling with the PBR man. And Zach Battersby, he is up to third place in this one. So there is Fernando Wheeler, who was involved in that incident in the last lap with Harry Ward. Here's Battersby now egging himself on to try and take the final podium position. It's the last lap here in Kiltorcan Raceway for the T4 Junior Euro Cup final. Battersby under pressure from Fingleton for the final podium position. There's Ibrahim in front. Fingleton, big lunge down the inside. Has he got it stopped? Oh, he has. There's a little bit of contact between the two. But Jack Fingleton is back in front of Zach Battersby. And Ben O'Keefe is hoping something goes wrong for these two so he can sneak his way through onto the podium. Fingleton goes defensive. Battersby hops it over the curb. More contact once again. Side by side for the chicane. Fingleton leaves adequate racing room. Battersby does the same. It's clean and fair racing. And Ben O'Keefe is looking for the double twitch on the inside. Fingleton, no, has he got out of the corner? No, it's Battersby who's got out of the corner through the final curves. Senna McLaughlin goes 5 for 5 at the front. What a weekend from him. No one was even close, but Zach Battersby, all his hard work will pay off. It's been a pretty unlucky season for the OHR man, but that makes it all worth it. A scrap for the ages between them. We cannot forget Alexander Ibrahim, who has upset the order this weekend. T4 Junior was an Irish podium lockout, guaranteed, they all said, but Alexander Ibrahim has proved he can race. From Hengelo to Kilkenny, domination other than Senan McLaughlin, who's a freak of nature this weekend, who takes the win after 15 laps of racing. Alexander Ibrahim comes home in second, Zach Battersby in third, then Ben O'Keefe in fourth, Jack Fingleton in fifth, Ben Cosgrove in sixth, Adrian Giel in seventh, and of Liam Borkhall in eighth, Wesley Burton in ninth, Tyler the Pickle Paget gets a top 10, and of Roman Pullen, Pablo Segura, Rory O'Donovan and Tiernan O'Connor. It wasn't a race without his incidents though, and some towards the back was Max Cooling, Nathan Strang, Fernando Wheeler, Darren McMahon, Harry Ward and Jack Keneally. 18th and 19th being called into the pits for mechanical flags, and Harry Ward getting caught up in an incident and then reaching it in the gravel. Round of applause for our T4 Junior stars, which has remarkably been one of the cleaner classes this weekend. Totally un-T4 Junior standards. But we still have two blockbuster contests to come at Kiltorcan Raceway, and that is T4 Mini and T4 Senior. Here's our T4 Mini grid waiting as our T4 Junior drivers come into scrutiny. So T4 Mini this weekend has been a two-horse race, really. Jack Harney and Harley Brereton, who have both shared the spoils. Brereton pulled off a brilliant move on the last lap to take the superheat win, so he'll start on pole with Jack Harney in second, but it's a toss-up, really. And this could be a very entertaining final. It should be a very entertaining final. Another look at the fantastic main straight here in Kiltorcan Raceway, our host for this weekend's T4 Euro Cup. It is the Netherlands up next for these grids. Karting Emmen, a very popular circuit in Central Europe. So we're just waiting on all the mini drivers to get sorted, and then we will be heading for the grid up. Not overly sure what the delay is. Track nice and clear. Shocked, to be honest, at how calm T4 Junior was this weekend, even if we did have a few incidents yesterday. So, the long walk starts now. It's not that long, really. It's only a kilometre circuit, so it's a few hundred metres. That's Jack Harney you're looking at. One of the front runners here. Getting ready for racing. What a performance he's put on. But what a performance Harley Brereton's put on as well at the same time. And T4 Mini, despite being the second smallest grid here this weekend, one of the best races. This will be 10 minutes plus 1 lap, so it's a very long mini race. Here's your starting grid for it. Harley Brereton on pole position with Jack Harney alongside. Billy Green starts in third with Max van der Heuvel in fourth. James Stafford Jr. in fifth with Cullen McMahon in sixth. Fran Garcia Herrera in seventh, and Oisin O'Sullivan starts from eighth. Carts going into position for our second final of the weekend. What a successful T4 Euro Cup it has been. 21 degrees out. It's the warmest the track has been all weekend at 45 degrees. The record Formula One track temperature is 61, which was the Malaysian Grand Prix, which is always sort of or always was, I should say, sort of an insufferable heat. The warmest air temperature was 42. But 45 track temperature for circuit in Ireland is exceptional. So there we have the little air temperature gauge. All that data taken by Paul and his team at timing.ie. As final preparations for, and a final chat for Max van der Heuvel, who gets his Dutch orange helmet put on. Max, of course, a part of Team Pit Parts. Now, engines are on. We're getting ready to go racing for the T4 Mini final here at Kiltorcan Raceway. Harley Burton and Jack Harney on the front row. Billy Green, Max van der Heuvel on row 2. There'll be 2 warm-up laps as per usual. So they're rolling. But will Jack Harney play any mind games? Sometimes he does. Probably totally unintentional, but funny nonetheless. As oh, 2 of the mechanics have gone running to the wrong entrance. So a bit of extra running being done by one of the mechanics, despite every marshal at the circuit screaming at him. Always shirt on, so imagine just a bit eager for the All-Ireland final. But our attention turns back to the on-track stars of T4 Mini. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for them. Here's Harley Burton in front. Number 202 from Rathangan, County Kildare, one of 4 Burton brothers who races go-karts in Ireland. Comes to bad luck, it's all been dumped on Harley Burton this year. The result in the final, a win, be well appreciated. What can Max van der Heuvel do from 4th? Can the Dutchman throw a spanner in the works at a track that he's been getting quicker at throughout the weekend? Can Billy Green maybe spring a surprise, or is it all going to be the front 2 once again, as it has been? Harley Burton on the inside, Jack Harney on the outside. As they come through the final corner now to start the opening lap of the Tillotson T4 Mini Euro Cup final. Through the final corner, down towards the tram lines. Jack Harney's getting a much better start than Harley Burton, but he's waiting to accelerate, and now Harley Burton immediately defensive and chops off Jack Harney. Billy Green looking for the move on the inside. Max van der Heuvel is on the outside of James Stafford Jr. as they head for the carousel, and Stafford Jr. not able to get in front, so they remain as they were, but Jack Harney's trying a monster lunge down the inside on Harley Burton, and Jack Harney is ahead in through the triple left-hander, has the favourable racing line, and it's already a good move from Jack Harney to take the race lead. Knows maybe outright pace he needs to stay in front of Harley and back him up into the field. Will this allow Billy Green maybe to try and overtake, maybe get in front, as there's already a little bit of a gap between Burton and Green. Harley Burton had to wait for the last lap. He's an also patient racer. He will wait until the right opportunity arises. Has 9 more minutes to retake the race lead, so there's no panic yet for Harley Burton. Down towards the first corner, it is Hardy, Burton, Green, Van der Heuvel, Stafford. Then it's Gracia Herrera ahead of Colin McMahon and Oisin O'Sullivan. And Harley Burton is going to try it down the inside of Jack Harney, and Jack Harney chops him off, and that is hung around the outside very nicely indeed from Jack Harney, and he's able to remain in front. Now Max van der Heuvel behind is almost going for the move on Billy Green, but he didn't fully commit to it and stayed behind. So it's exactly what we expected. Jack Harney versus Harley Burton. Billy Green versus Max van der Heuvel, and James Stafford's trying to keep there as well. As we look at them, and Harley Burton is trying it down the inside once again, but Jack Harney just keeping the momentum on the outside, and they get very close to the outside of the hairpin, but Jack Harney is able to stay in front. Harley has the little overlap on the inside, but not able to come in it fully from the chicane. Knows that could be disastrous. Might have seen what happened. James Stafford. Now this is Billy Green and Max van der Heuvel fighting for the final podium position. Max was second in the first round of the Euro Cup behind Jack Harney, but everyone in between him and Harney didn't race the first round. Of course, both Burton and Green racing here at Kiltorcan many a time. Look how close Harley Burton is to Jack Harney. It's almost a carbon copy of every race these two produce. They cannot be separated. The T4 Mini has been such a fascinating class in the Republic of Ireland this year. It's such a fascinating class across the globe as Max van der Heuvel, the international guest in the fight in the top 5, is able to get past Billy Green, and he's now in front, and that's allowed James Stafford Jr. through as well, and Stafford now is up ahead of Billy Green. So Billy Green from 3rd to 5th in 1 lap, won't be happy with that, but there is 6 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, and Harley Burton has produced the fastest lap of the race despite having a T4 Mini right ahead of him, and he's gone down the inside on Jack Harney, and oh, there was a little nudge between the two there, but Harney remains in front once again in the number 221, and Harley Burton is behind is Billy Green and Stafford side by side. The O-Plate winner back in front, lovely move by Billy Green. Back up to 5th position. Jack Harney and Harley Burton still side by side. Still neck and neck, I should say. Now they're side by side. And Harley Burton has to tuck in behind, not able to get past. Now it goes for it down the inside once again. But Jack Harney, it's just a carbon copy of what he keeps doing. Harley Burton trying the inside, Harney hangs it round the outside. It's a very different tactic because usually at Kiltorcan, the driver behind, or the driver who has just been attempted to be overtaken usually goes for the switchback, but Harney goes for the different one, and that's where Burton pulled it off in the heats, but he's not able to pull it off this time round. Is Harley Burton starting to get that little bit agitated? He's lost a couple of tenths there, but I mean, he has the outright pace to just stay in front. Now down the main straight they go. As here comes Brereton once again. It's the exact same thing. The exact same thing. Brereton tries it down the inside. Harney stays on the outside, just keeps it around the outside, and Harley Brereton cannot do anything about it. So there's 4 minutes, plus 1 lap remaining in this one. Harley Brereton is right on the tail of Jack Harney. Feels like this is going to come down to the last lap as Brereton down the inside. Has he pulled it off, or has Jack Harney got the switch back? No, Harley Brereton is in front now. So it is a swap for the race lead, is it? Yes, it is. Harley Brereton is ahead of Jack Harney. This is a crucial stage of the race, and Jack Harney needs to try and get past ASAP. Harley Brereton's made a mistake. And now Jack Harney is on the tail of Harley, coming through the triple right-hander down into the chicane. Does he lunge one? No, he doesn't. Jack Harney's a more sensible young racer than that. He'll wait for the right opportunity. But he knows he can't let Harley Brereton run away with this. Got to stay competitive. 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go here in Kiltorcan Raceway. And now down the inside goes Jack Harney. Oh, brilliant move by Jack Harney, but Harley's got the switchback and will likely stay in front, through the right-hander. As they run it through. And now it's Harney who is still on the tail, and he's going to try a lunge down the inside, is he? No, Harley Brereton boxes that off. So there's no real overtake. This is looking good for Harley. He seems to have enough pace to defend. It likely relied on Jack Harney staying in front for the win. It's very similar to the T4 Masters, this race, with Adrian Somoza, Ortiz and Brandy. So these two are in a class of their own. No matter what one wins, because unfortunately there is only one winner. There needs to be a huge round of applause for the other, because they have both been so even for the whole weekend. And Jack Harney is starting to put it together a little bit more. He doesn't want to bow out of this one, this Jack Harney. He's too much passion for the sport than to do that. He'll give it everything until the checkered flag drops. But Harley Brereton is owed one. Harley Brereton is due one. This would be a win that is a long time coming for Harley Brereton. Brereton and 4B know better than anyone not to celebrate too early. Jack Harney responds with the fastest lap of the race. What did we say? He's not going down without a fight. It's 25 seconds on the clock. It'll be 2 more laps, and Jack Harney is getting close once again. Harney, Euro Cup Round 1 winner, on the podium at the Nations Cup. Harley, his fierce rival, who's just as quick and starting to take opportunities, the ones that arise when you have excellent race pace. The clock has now struck 0, but last lap board was not shown, so we will have 1 more after this. And Harley Brereton is just doing enough at the front of this race. Brereton, the one with the blue helmet and the navy race suit. Jack Harney in the white race suit. Tillotson race suit, I believe Jack Harney is in. He's just doing enough. It's hard. No, Jack Harney's back down the inside, and Harley Burton has the switchback. And once again in T4 Mini in 2026 in the Republic of Ireland, we have another blockbuster last lap ahead of us. They're side by side past the last lap board. Harley Burton on the inside, and Jack Harney is behind. He's on the bumper now as they head through in towards the carousel. Harley Burton, oh how he deserves a win, but Jack Harney just as much as well. He's on the inside, but Harley Burton has the better line through the left-hander, the long left-hander, and Harley Burton has enough speed on the apex to get out of the corner. Jack Harney in through the left-hander now. Is he going to try a lunge down the inside? He's looked for it, and Jack Harney's looked for it. No, it's not worked out, and that is going to be it, I'd say. He's played his cards that little bit too early, and Harley Burton, all he has put up with in 2025, a chain snapped on the very last lap for him a few weeks ago. He's been overtaken on the last lap, spun when he's had the pace, but that is what perseverance is for. It's for redemption, and Harley Burton takes the win in the Euro Cup in round number 2 in Kiltorcan Raceway. What a win for Harley. He has been so good all weekend. Overtakes excellent, defence top notch. And now it is a number 1 on his trophy, and he takes the win in Kiltorcan. You feel for Jack Harney at the same time, because he was there or thereabouts all weekend. But I think Harley just had that little bit extra. Max van der Heuvel comes home in 3rd ahead of Billy Green in 4th. James Stafford Jr. in 5th, with Colin McMahon and Fran Garcia Herrera 6th and 7th. Oisin O'Sullivan in 8th, and of course we didn't see any running from Stephen Doyle this weekend. Harley and Harney, the story of the weekend in T4. Incredible from the first minute of heat number 1 to the last lap of the final. And my, that young man deserves this win. Because racing will beat you up and it'll batter you. And there he fist pumps down the pit lane. It'll beat you up and it'll batter you. But he's a Brereton, so he comes back. That is T4 Mini. One more race to go on this amazing weekend of kart racing. And that is T4 Senior. Dare I say, main event. There's your T4 Senior grid waiting. Noah Rosser won the Super Heat dominantly. For the sake of entertainment, let's hope he doesn't run away with it. But crucially, it's an Irish man on the outside. Or it's not actually. Jack Mackenzie Smith down to 3rd. So it's Stein Hansen on the outside. Final preparations for T4 Senior. Noah Rosser, unquestionably the favourite for this. But every single driver in Team Pit Parts will think they can take it. If it was to be another Irish winner, it would most certainly be an upset. No Irishman has won in T4 Senior this weekend at home. The hopes of the nation lie with Jack Mackenzie Smith. And the rest of the entire field, but Mackenzie Smith is starting highest. Brian Wilson as well, a staff member at Kiltorcan. We had a couple of T4 seniors turn into aeroplanes yesterday, but all drivers okay. As once again, we're just waiting for the track to be in shape for the walk to the grid. There's the grandstand filled with people awaiting this T4 Senior final. All of the classes have completed racing. The minis will be just going through scrutiny, but the juniors and the masters and the bambinos free to watch this T4 Senior final. It will follow the same format as the Masters. Juniors, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. In the race lead on the push to the grid, it's the number 469 cart of Stein Hansen. He'll start on the outside of row 1. The winner in the first round of the T4 Euro Cup. Said it was his biggest achievement so far in a great interview he did with Italian media. He started the Junior Nations Cup final from pole. Here's your grid then. Speaking of pole, it's Noah Rosser on pole position, with Stein Hansen in second. Jack Mackenzie Smith in third, with Elan Muirs in fourth. Brian Wilson is in fifth. Yermo Zanhan is in sixth. It's Matt Wildman and Luke Palmer sharing the fourth row of the grid. Warren Russell, who was hopeful for a strong finish here, said pre-race he just wants to have some fun and avoid being hit. Cahan McClellan starts from 10th alongside him. Then it's an all-British row 6 of Amelie Hackett's and Henry Bell. Joe Bechtold starts from 13th alongside Max O'Neill, with Dermot Toomey and Robert Butler 15th and 16th. Julien Milanese starts from 17th alongside Tyler Burton, Alan Butler in 19th, with Josh Allen in 20th position. Justin Clerk then in 21st alongside Elijah Mooney, with Samuel Harris and Jake King-Brunel 23rd and 24th. And then finally, Bram Mossawarde, who has been involved in many an incident this weekend, starts 25th alongside novice racer Isabel McDermott in 26th. Sophie Dossi, the lowest of the Italians, in 27th, with Ben Deasy in 28th. Kayla O'Sullivan then starts from 29th, with Ben McNulty at the back of the grid in 30th position. So it's the busiest grid of the day so far as the T4 seniors get ready for their final, the final of the day. Noah Rosser, the American on pole position, who everyone expects to take the checkered flag in first position. It wouldn't be his first international karting win on Irish soil. Won the Irish Grand Prix in Nuts Corner last year in T4 Senior. The entries for that Irish Grand Prix opening today, actually, so if you want to race at a different circuit in Ireland at an international karting event, please do check out the Irish Grand Prix. The Ulster Kart Club do such an incredible job at that event, and Noah Rosser, I imagine, is going to come back because he spoke very positively about his enjoyable experience. He decided to go south of the border then the next week and race in an Irish National round, and actually finished 4th in White River Park. So the Irish were able to get one over him then, but he's had a lot more track time here in Kiltorcan. Obviously, it's a weekend event rather than just a one-dayer where it's one test day, one race day. He's had one test day and 2 race days here in Kiltorcan, so well up to speed now is Noah Rosser. Although it probably took him 3 laps to get up to speed, knowing the standard of driver that he is. There's Elijah Mooney of Tim Murray Racing. As final little chats, final pictures being taken. One last check of the tyre pressures for Sophie Dossie. Oh, sorry, that's not Sophie Dossie. That is the 499 of Ben McNulty, not the 489. A big thanks to all of you who have joined us throughout the weekend here on Alpha Live and the Tillotson Racing Karting channels on YouTube for this T4 Euro Cup Round 2. Let us know your predictions in the stream chat below as the engines are firing up for our last race of the day. The main event of the afternoon, T4 Senior. Noah Rosser leaves the grid to start the first of 2 formation laps. The pressure here is really on Stein Hansen to get the start, because he knows if he doesn't, the likelihood Rosser runs away is very high. The mass exodus of the grid starts. Keep an eye on Mackenzie Smith in 3rd and Elan Muirs in 4th. The teams all head in. Stapleton Motorsport. There's Aaron Coogan, who we were talking about earlier, of IRL Motorsports. You can see how tall he is now. These nervous times here in Kiltorcan for this senior final. The beauty of senior racing is it is absolutely anything can happen. And to quote the great Murray Walker, change it a slight bit, anything can happen until it's in T4 senior racing, and it usually does. Yesterday had everything. Last lap passes, brilliant battling, drama, failures, flips. Adam Butler will be hoping that doesn't happen again, as are we all. There's Noah Rosser and Stein Hansen are side by side on the front row. Pit Parts teammates for this weekend. There is nothing friendly about this. You're going for a senior Euro Cup win, an international event, in what is our final race of an amazing weekend in Kiltorcan Raceway. The American Noah Rosser on the inside, Stein Hansen on the outside, with his Dutch teammate behind, and now they head down the tram lines and we go racing for the final time in Kiltorcan. Noah Rosser leads into turn one, but Jack Mackenzie Smith has got on the inside. It's a great exit for Stein Hansen though, who's looking to run it around the outside, but Mackenzie Smith is up to second position here in this race, gives Noah Rosser a little bit of a nudge. Green flags are flying, we're all still racing, and Noah Rosser already has a gap at the front of this one. It's what they feared would happen. Jack Mackenzie Smith of Tim Murray Racing now in second, and he is looking to challenge the former world champion at the front of this field. Third place is still the Dutchman. Well, it's a different Dutchman actually. It is Ilan Muurs, I believe, not Stein Hansen, but we'll get confirmation as they come across the line. But Noah Rosser leads in Kiltorcan, as he has all day. It's then Mackenzie Smith. It's actually Brian Wilson who's up to third. It's an Irish 2-3. As all problems for someone, that's the last thing you want in the final. It's Adam Butler who's pulled off, not what he deserves. It's Brian Wilson in third, Stein Hansen is in fourth, then it's Ilan Muurs in fifth position. So it's going well for the home team. It's obviously not a nations team event, but the Irish lads will be egging on their fellow compatriots. And now Jack Mackenzie Smith needs to try and hunt down Noah Rosser. It's something very few can do, and that's what makes Rosser so good. That's why he's racing Ligiers now, and racing with bigger machinery rather than the Tillotson carts. But I tell you what, Jack Mackenzie Smith is not doing a bad job at this, and Mackenzie Smith is well within his rights here, and he sets the fastest lap of the race. There's no hint of bias whatsoever in the commentary box, but Jack Mackenzie Smith could have a chance here at this one. Needs Brian Wilson to help him though, and those two are going to have to work together. They're rivals in the national championship. They're rivals here, but could do it working together to try and catch the experienced Noah Rosser. Further down the order, Tyler Brereton up a place. Down two is Elijah Mooney, Jack Mackenzie Smith's teammate. Jake King Brunel finally seems to be having the rub of the green. He started 24th, he's up to 16th. We had a lot of kart problems. There is some damage on that chassis, I believe, or damage on the kart bodywork. But he's still running, still flying. Brian Wilson looks excellent at the start of this race, by the way. Still 9 minutes left, and there is that is the 427. That's Adam Butler, who we saw already pulled off, and Brian Wilson is going to try and get past Jack Mackenzie Smith here. Now Brian Wilson. Is Mackenzie Smith holding up Wilson a little bit, or is this a tactic? No, Rosser's not dropping them, crucially. Wilson had the fastest lap on the last lap. And it's rather ironic, isn't it? This is the closest that Wilson and Mackenzie Smith have been to Rosser all weekend, when Rosser has had more time on the circuit. So it really is a conundrum at the way the momentum ebbs and flows in the senior karting. And Brian Wilson has made a mistake, has he? Yes, he has. He's fallen back behind Stein Hansen, so Stein Hansen able to get through, and now it is Rosser, Mackenzie Smith and Hansen with Brian Wilson down to fourth, but Brian Wilson's not a man that panics. And Stein Hansen sets the fastest lap of the race. I don't even think Brian Wilson has the word panic in his vocabulary. He's the most laid-back karter you have ever met. It's like, oh, Brian, well done, good win. Oh, thanks. Absolutely laid back, but the adrenaline will be pumping now. It's 8 minutes plus 1 lap to go here in the final. He's looking to get back past Stein Hansen. And now he's been overtaken by Elan Muirs, so Brian Wilson's dropped down another position, and Elan Muirs has got past, and the man in the blue race suit with the white helmet is ahead of the man in the red race suit with the white helmet. It's Rosser who leads Mackenzie Smith, who leads Hansen, who leads Elan Muirs, then it's Brian Wilson, followed by Jermo Zanen, then it's Matt Wileman, the leader of the two British drivers, himself and Henry Bell. Or sorry, leader of the three, himself, Henry Bell, and Amelie Ackett's, of course, in this one. Amelie Ackett's currently running in 12th. Driver back in her youth karting days, featured on the BBC. Podium placer in this year's T4 UK Championship. Now, Noah Rosser, he looks comfortable in this one, but he's not pulling away in the way he did earlier on, the way he did at the IGP last year, and the way I'm sure he has done many times at his local circuit in Anderson Race Park, Palmetto. Stein Hansen now is looking very dangerous on the back of Jack Mackenzie Smith. Hansen could well overtake Mackenzie Smith here. Stein Hansen lapping quicker than Noah Rosser is. It's only by a tenth of a second, but I mean, that's enough. We still have 6 minutes plus a lap to go here. It accumulated to about 15 in the juniors. I can't see it being much more here in the seniors. And Jack Mackenzie Smith is right on the tail of Noah Rosser now. Jack Mackenzie Smith, a student at the greatest school on earth, Nace CBS. Chasing after the man, the world champion from Palmetto, Florida. Hasn't tasted victory this year, has Jack, and he's just set the fastest lap in this one. He's had a lot of bad luck, but as has a lot, it seems, in T4 Senior in Ireland. Warren Russell up to 7th. Elan Muirs dropped down 4 places on the last lap. He's now down to 8, so Matt Wileman getting in front as well as Stein Hansen. Stein Hansen is down the inside of Mackenzie Smith, and the Dutchman is back up to 2nd position. It's the front row 1 and 2 once again. And now Jack Mackenzie Smith has to try and work his way back. Sets the fastest lap, and then Hansen gets past, and that's given Noah Rosser a buffer here, and that could well be enough for Noah Rosser. Jack Mackenzie Smith is back through, so Mackenzie Smith is back up to 2nd. And Stein Hansen is pulling off a wonderful favour for his pit parts teammate this weekend, Noah Rosser, because battling with Mackenzie Smith is killing all of Mackenzie Smith's momentum, and now Noah Rosser leads by over a second. Stein Hansen back in front as Brian Wilson is behind as well, so the two Irish guys going to try work together against pit parts here, as Jermo Zanen is in this fight for 2nd as well. The other Dutchman, the other pit parts racer. Although there's many more of them, Elan Muirs, Justin Clerk. With 3 of them in the fight for the win. Noah Rosser, good night, see you later. He's gone at the front, and the responsibility is on Stein Hansen over the next 4 minutes to try and catch and pass. Or will be on Jack Mackenzie Smith, because these two are still fighting when they really need to work together. The podium is, of course, the crucial one for the prizes, which is the Nations Cup entry. Who doesn't want to win? 1.4 the gap now, and it was Brian Wilson who set the fastest lap on the last lap. Jermo Zanen wasn't far off him, both in the 52.8s. Noah Rosser 52.9. Stein Hansen also with a 52.9, so I'm not really sure how the gap extended by 3/10. Oh, because it was Jack Mackenzie Smith who was behind, of course. He also did a 52.9, so we'll forget him at this point. Noah Rosser was in the race lead. Stein Hansen. What an excellent drive it's been all weekend by these guys. Tyler Bruton is up to 10th position now, and Jack Mackenzie Smith is back down the inside, and Mackenzie Smith Has he found a way through? No, he hasn't quite. And as they exit through, it's still Stein Hansen in front. Then it's Brian Wilson. So Wilson snuck through and missed all that. And Mackenzie Smith is now down to fourth. Mackenzie Smith probably going to stop worrying about the win now and just guarantee that he's on the podium. He wants the Nations Cup entry, deserves a Nations Cup entry. He's a fine racer and could put on a real performance for Ireland. Into the pit lane is Elan Muirs. His day is done. And that's so disappointing for the Dutchman. Took a heat win yesterday as well as pole position. .8 the gap up the front between Noah Rosser and Stein Hansen. There's a mechanical flag being shown to the number 410, which is Amelie Ackett. Oh no, that's not what Amelie deserves. Was up to 11th, but will now drop down the order in the pit lane. Brian Wilson still on the tail of Stein Hansen. They're all lapping the same pace as Rosser, but it's just they're fighting and Noah Rosser isn't. So though every half a tenth in Rosser's favour will extend the gap. As long as I've watched Noah Rosser race karts, he's rarely made a mistake. Who has made a mistake, though, is Stein Hansen, because it's two Irishmen now on the podium, and Mackenzie Smith is back up into third place. Yermo Zanin is behind these as well. Warren Russell starting to catch. Could Warren maybe end up in the podium fight? He's not really got long left. Brian Wilson under a lot of pressure from Mackenzie Smith now as they enter in towards the chicane. 45 seconds to go. We will have 2 more laps of racing action in round 2 of the Tillotson T4 Euro Cup. And the win is only going to go one way, but the podium is certainly not decided, as Stein Hansen and Brian Wilson are side by side, and Yermo Zanin is looking to get involved in this fight as well. Down towards the first corner, it's Smith, then it's Hansen, Wilson, Zanin. Warren Russell is not out of this one just yet, and if it all went wrong, it could all fall onto Warren Russell's lap fairly quickly here. A Miami racer nowadays is Warren Russell. Return to Tillotson as Stein Hansen has got past Jack Mackenzie Smith, and he's back up to second position. Brian Wilson is down to fourth as Amelie Ackett comes in. And it seems like it was this exact same issue that happened one of the drivers in the junior race, as last lap board is at the ready for Noah Rosser. The win may be decided. The last lap is certainly the battle of a second is not over, and we'll be on the last lap, and Jack Mackenzie Smith went for the move on Stein Hansen. It's not worked out. He's on the outside of Hansen, and now Brian Wilson is involved as well. This is a massive fight for Nations Cup tickets on the podium. And now Yermo Zanin is looking to get involved. Jack Mackenzie Smith deserves a podium here. But it's racing. You get the result that you're given. And Brian Wilson not able to get past Stein Hansen just yet. And Stein Hansen runs the defensive line. Warren Russell is in the fight. He slid outside the corner now. And just about catches it. Loses the place to Matt Wildman though in the process. And he was in the fight for the podium there. Was Warren Russell. It seems like Brian Wilson is just a little bit too far off, but your race leader is gone miles in front here in Kiltorcan Raceway. Wilson not going to be able to get it done. Noah Rosser is heading through the final corner, and Stein Hansen comes through. There's not many from Palmetto, Florida, who have heard of Ballyhale, County Kilkenny. This man's conquered it. Noah Rosser, the former world champion, wins in the Euro Cup with a fastest lap on the last lap. Statement. We will have an Irishman on the podium, and it will be the local hero, Brian Wilson. Works in Kiltorcan from Kilkenny. He's just put it up to the best in the world, as did Kildare's Jack Mackenzie Smith. and will miss out on a podium. So unlucky for Jack. What a great race from him. What a great race in senior. Even if the battle for the win may have not been present, it was fantastic. And your result comes up. Noah Rosser shoots the bow and arrow across the line as he eliminates his opponents in the final of the T4 Senior Euro Cup. Stein Hansen comes home in second, Brian Wilson in third, Jack Mackenzie Smith in fourth, Yermo Zanin in fifth. Matt Weilman and Henry Bell were able to overtake Warren Russell on that last lap when he slid out wide, but Warren, I think, would have enjoyed that race. Robert Butler comes home in ninth. What a turnaround from Robert. Halfway through yesterday in Heat 2, he flipped in the first corner, and he got back in the kart, and he drove like the warrior he is. Max O'Neill in 10th. Luke Palmer comes home in 11th, ahead of Cahan McClelland in 12th. Joe Bechtold in 13th. Elijah Mooney coming home in 14th position. 15th goes to Jake Brunel in a good recovery drive ahead of Julian Milanese in 16th. Samuel Harris in 17th, with Justin Clerk in 18th ahead of Cork's Dermot Toomey. In 19th position, Tyler Broom dropped to 20th. Sophie Dossey in 21st ahead of Ben McNulty in 22nd. Ben Deasy, top of the two novices, in 23rd ahead of Amelie Atkins, who unfortunately was called into the pits while running 11th. Isabel McDermott comes home in 25th. Kayla O'Sullivan in 27th. Now Joe Bechtold glitched on the screen. That is the lot. What a race in T4 Senior. Noah Rosser takes the win with the fastest lap on the last lap. And unfortunately, that is someone pulled aside, and that is Kayla O'Sullivan, who will have to take the long trip back to the pit lane. But what a weekend of racing we've had here in Kiltorcan Raceway. Noah Rosser rounds it out with a dominant win, but every single class has provided the action. Exceptional from start to finish. And it really goes to show what is possible when Tillotson put their minds together. It was the return of international karting here to the Republic of Ireland. We thank you very much for joining us for it. It has been some adventure here in Kilkenny across the weekend, and a massive thanks to the Munster Kart Club, who were responsible for organising this event. Another cracking job from Alpha Live, I think you will agree, and they will be back with plenty more karting broadcasts probably in the next couple of days, knowing them. But thank you very much for joining us across the weekend, folks, here in County Kilkenny. My name's been Evan Dalton. It's been a pleasure to bring you the racing action, and I hope to speak to you again soon. Thank you very much. Stay safe, stay well, and we shall see you again soon. Slàinte.